Evening, everybody. I am ashamed to admit I actually had time. I got everything done on time today, and I was ready to start right on time, and I completely lost track of time. I was just kind of sitting down, enjoying a book, Power and Prediction by Ajay Agrawal, Joshua Gans, and Avi Goldfarb. Some of you may have read their earlier book called Prediction Machines, and it's definitely very econ driven look at sort of machine learning and AI. But I like it because it's one of these books. This is a very, very hard place for books to land, I notice. Um, Most people talking about this subject are either like, okay, let me think about how I can put this. Like they are invested in the subject in like the way either a practitioner or someone affected by it might be. So an example of this would be if you actually NFTs would be a good example of this. So if you are an artist who wants to likes the revenue generating opportunity from NFTs, you're going to have a lot of arguments in terms of why this is a very good thing and why you want to, why this is a good technology and how it's going to change things or democratize art or whatever the case may be. And the reason I give this very specific example is because I saw this happen in a stream. What will often happen is then there is the other side of that who, for any reason, and I'm trying to avoid saying which of these sides is correct, but they'll not like it and they'll give all their reasons, and they'll usually talk about the environmental impact of certain of some of the underlying technologies and why that's terrible and so on and so forth. And what I found really interesting, well, actually, no, I found it very tedious, actually, but I found it interesting from a, like, how do people talk about things? Wait. Kieran, thank you very much. I hope you are well. I'll be jumping into the game in a little bit, but I figured I would offer my excuses for being late. I think as you're always probably the first one in the channel. But thank you for resubbing half a year, and thank you for coming in so regularly. I know you're not always able to stay, so it's something that I appreciate in sort of two ways. Anyways, so yeah, what I noticed was with this particular example, I wasn't necessarily bothered by like on its own, I wasn't necessarily bothered by somebody voicing opposition to the NFTs because I'm not particularly fond of them. Um, but what I found interesting was when somebody expressed interest. Like, there's different ways that you can react to these sorts of things, right? So if somebody in here expressed interest in that, I wouldn't immediately want to turn around and say, "Ugh, they're so terrible." ... Right? Usually, if anything, you kind of want to draw someone out on that, learn a little bit more, maybe see where commonalities or differences lie, because that's how you learn things, right? But in this particular case here, I noticed that it wasn't just that the streamers sort of gave this lecture to their viewer about how bad it was, but the viewer was actually quite tolerant of the opposing view. They sort of said, well, I hear that, and I understand why people are worried, but I sort of think, and I think they were probably talking about like proof of work, proof of stake, and they're like, I think that is sort of addressed by this. So like essentially what they did, while this is a side that I'm not very sympathetic to, this particular individual actually took the time to address the concern that the streamer had voiced, and sort of says, well, I sort of think that this thing is handled by, X, Y, and Z. And what interested me was the streamer essentially just repeated the same point over and over again: bad for the environment, bad for the environment. And again, like, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that that is something to be dismissed. But I do think when someone has made an effort to engage with your point of view, the least that you can do is at least acknowledge what they have done and maybe explain why that's insufficient. But I mean, this comes back to something that I frequently talk about, which is how it feels like people don't feel the need to sort of convince people anymore, right? That simply restating the position is sufficient for the argument. And this is, again, just largely about sort of creating these silos or these echo chambers or whatever you want to call them. So yeah, I mean, again, I didn't and don't agree with that particular individual, but I did have a certain degree of respect for them because I don't think that they were being treated with a lot of respect. And yet I feel that they took the time to try and justify the position that they were having. But this did sort of realize, NFTs are not AI, but I noticed that there is something of a similar reaction, right? If somebody is doing something that is, benefited by these technologies, they will be a very big booster, right? They'll be the crypto bro for AI. And if someone is not benefited from it, or particularly if they feel that their position is threatened by it, they'll obviously be very hostile to it. And there's often not a lot of space for people to have a discussion on the merits and demerits. And what I really liked about prediction machines and what I'm enjoying about power and prediction is that, first of all, it's taking a rather interesting historical perspective on the issue. So I learned a little bit about electrification that I didn't, and they make a really interesting comparison between these prediction technologies and electrification, which I didn't really appreciate at the time, but I think leads to some interesting ideas. But more importantly, I'm noticing that they are, like I said, they're hitting this very nice dividing line between not being too much of a booster for the technology, while also recognizing its not just its benefits, but likely directions where it will go. So essentially what you don't have sort of, Sam Altman declaring, I will build the machine god, and you don't have, someone who's looking at what might be considered a genuine breakthrough and saying, well, that's just not impressive. Instead, what you have is this idea of saying, here's what it's good at right now. Here's how things are structured so that they don't take advantage of the current technology, but we can see things being structured around. So like the idea of even the layout of factories is one example that they give. Like, depending on how you are getting your electricity, that will mean different things in terms of how your factory is laid out. And of course, how your factory is laid out is going to affect your ability to produce goods inside of that factory. So you wouldn't necessarily think that would be a direct result of electrification, but that is in fact exactly what happened. And again, that's not something that you see in the first wave of innovation after this breakthrough. It tends to be something that you will see after the first wave, and usually it requires an entrepreneur of some kind to sort of realize the opportunity, see something that the rest of us don't, and then to find some success with it. And at that point, then we tend to emulate them. So this is kind of like the Henry Ford figure. It's not necessarily that Ford. I mean, you hear people kind of say this about Steve Jobs as well. It's not so much that all of these great things sort of came fully formed out of the mind of this one person, but it is sort of fair to say that the arrangement of these things that might have been around was put together in such a way that it created such an outsized effect that this is something that was emulated by so many other people. Which brings me to Cured's question: what is your opinion on the Apple Vision Pro and the exponential increase in AI power? I think we're a few years away from the Matrix. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I'm not, as far as the Vision Pro is concerned, I like Apple products. I have not used a Vision Pro. I've used one VR headset. I think it was probably an HTC Vive at a gaming gathering. I played a virtual golf game. It was very impressive, but I wasn't sold. Like, there's a reason I haven't bought a VR headset for myself. I definitely feel that Apple is probably better positioned than most to make that technology viable. Whether or not... So the interesting question for me is, I don't necessarily see AI advances being the most natural. Like, I don't see VR being the most natural application for them. I realize that today we had the announcement of sort of videos from OpenAI and so on and so forth. But, and again, this is me sort of reflecting on some of the reading I've been doing lately. But I definitely feel that the real strength of a lot of these technologies are about fitting existing data to outcomes. So essentially prediction, right? This is why they call it prediction machines. And obviously that has a very heavy statistical slant. However, I don't think it's unfair. I think if you read any modern AI textbooks, they will consider the application of a lot of statistical thinking to these AI problems to be a major contributor to the advances that we've been seeing. And I think that's where the strength of those applications lie. So a really good example of where I feel this stuff works very well for technology like the Apple Vision Pro would be things like making sure you hit the right key. And in fact, there's an example that you can take out of this. There's a book by Ken Cosienda called Creative... I had to look this up the last time too. Let me see. He's working at Humane now. So no, Cosienda worked on Safari. Creative Selection. That's it. So Creative Selection is a really interesting book because it talks about some of the different projects he did at Apple. So Safari was one of them. Also the iPhone, right? And again, that's a really interesting period of time to capture. The period of time where there were no iPhones and it is the building of the iPhone. And one really good example about how this technology can be helpful is that they had a problem with trying to make it so that, when you press a key, you're actually getting the key you think. Like, most of the time, we are not hitting the button that the keyboard makes us, like, we think we're hitting the button, but what the computer is actually registering is anything but that position that we touched. And so, again, I don't want to give it all away in the book, but essentially the solution that Cosienda had was this idea of the iPhone keyboard, at least at the time, and I'm sure they've still kept this technology, they actually make the buttons for the most likely next letter larger. And through the process of like writing out the word, the possibility space gets smaller. So this does actually create these situations where you feel like you hit the right button, but you didn't. And that's for those like weird corner cases where, the less likely word was the one that you were going for. But that's actually a really good example. So very, very few people think of that when they think of like AI and machine learning and all of that. But those are actually the things that the technology is very good at. Essentially, it's sort of like, I'm going to give you a set of letters, and it could be like a set of letters for a word, or it could maybe be a set of letters in word and the preceding word or the preceding sentence, or, whatever it is. There's a number of different ways that you can do inputs for that. And the prediction, essentially is the word that's being typed, or even, what the a set of most likely next letters would be. And that is an example of how, the whole idea of having a screen that didn't have a dedicated keyboard and didn't have a stylus, other than, of course, the styluses that you're born with. That's what allowed that to happen. If you don't have a solution to that keyboard problem, you don't have an iPhone. But yeah, like I think those kinds of improvements are the ones, and I will jump into. We may stick on the menu, but I'll at least bring up the title for title menu for Cyberpunk. But So I'm getting a little bit of attitude from GOG Galaxy. Yeah, those are the ones that I actually think are probably the most interesting areas for the application of the technology. Now, it might be, right, you have these tremendous, on the border of artificial general intelligence that wind up creating, these massive virtual worlds for us to enjoy. And there is, when it comes to like I said, the one thing I wanted to do is disentangle the two technologies, because I don't necessarily see them being directly tied to each other. I am simultaneously very impressed by the demos I have seen of the Apple Vision Pro, while also being somewhat concerned. So a really great example of this, I really do love the idea, and I would be worried if I was a TV manufacturer. So like this idea that you can essentially draw a screen on the wall, and essentially, you now having a headset, have your nice big, your widescreen TV, or theoretically, a TV as large as your wall. I think that's really interesting. And obviously, if you can create a headset that is comfortable to wear and has enough sort of battery life, I can actually see that being a really big improvement. And it's obviously very impressive to sort of see the outside, and you're able to sort of do the same thing, but now you have a screen that's larger than any IMAX that you've seen before. But that's also the part where I sort of feel is my line in terms of like sitting down and thinking about this. This is where I suddenly get a little less comfortable with it, because I do actually, I'm not a huge outdoorsy person, but I do sort of think is this really how I'm going to be experiencing the world? That I'm going to be sitting in my apartment, enjoying the virtual one? And I realize like everybody says this. But that is sort of that side of me that says, is like, am I really going to be putting that much of my experience down into this box? And I'm like, is there maybe a way in which I can take the benefits that I see from this technology, but not, maybe not put it down to a point where I'm enjoying, the idyllic scenery in a virtual environment. Oh, that's really interesting. And yeah, this is the stuff that's interesting to me, Kieran. Like, if I'm sitting here bemoaning, oh no, what about nature, right? Well, I have the option of going out and seeing nature. But it is interesting to see people being able to being able to experience things that they otherwise wouldn't. So overall, like, I don't have a firm feeling. Like, I will almost certainly not own a Vision. So definitely a Vision Pro is not something that I think is in my future, right? I mean, again, you never know. And if I'm suddenly, some long lost relative kind of comes out of nowhere and, it turns out that they're a billionaire. Sure, why not? I mean, obviously, the point of having tons of money is to buy as many toys as you can and not give it to anybody else. But could I see myself using so I also, there were many generations of technologies that I didn't use and then I use, right? The first computer I ever used had the benefit of several generations of very expensive computers. That did not perform as well as it and cost a lot more than it. That's probably true. I can't remember what my first smartphone was, but it definitely wasn't an iPhone, first generation iPhone. And then, I have actually I don't have a tablet now because mine's broken. It's the first one I've ever had broken. Although technically I guess it's the second tablet I've ever owned. But yeah, it definitely wasn't like a first generation tablet. Actually, I'm trying to think of any tech that I've gotten the first generation of. And I'm actually kind of stumped. I don't know if I've ever done a first gen of anything. But yeah, I mean, to me, the biggest argument that I would actually say for the Vision moving forward, like the way that this thing becomes useful, and this again is a little disappointing in some ways. I could actually imagine that coinciding with the experience of people living alone and not going out very much. I actually think the combination of that trend and the Vision Pro or whatever, later generations of it, I can actually see that interacting and essentially becoming a replacement for screens, right? So instead of buying a TV or instead of buying a monitor, your Vision Pro now becomes your visual interface. And at that point, you have this infinitely adaptable tool, along with all of the other things that it does. But I can actually kind of see that being the way that it works its way into the home. And the problem with that is, in terms of that as like a prediction or a forecast, is that this is definitely speaking to my experience as someone who lives on their own, right? And if you're a family, the idea of getting like 3 or 4 Vision Pros is probably not there. Although again, Vision Pro is very costly. A lower cost version of this, maybe that does wind up being an iPad, because I definitely know there are people who have talked about the struggle of, letting everybody share the iPad. So they wind up buying a few inexpensive tablets. Whether or not they're iPads is another question. But particularly if Apple takes the approach that they did with the iPod, where sort of for a very long time, the iPod wound up being the gateway drug, and then you'd get a Mac computer because it was this really good sort of base station for all of your other like Apple products that you liked. And then, of course, there was the big untethering that happened, and sort of, iPhones and tablets and all of these things are sort of independent. Although, again, it did still help the Apple computer sales. But I can almost sort of see something similar to that happening, where, the lower the follow-on lower cost products maybe rely on some kind of more powerful central computer. They offload some of the effort that's required, and as a result, that allows more than one person to use it. I don't know. I mean, again, I can see some big problems with that as well. But I also have a feeling that probably I think there is a reason why the Vision Pro was released the way that it was, and that it was released in the state that it was, because obviously there's lots of ways that you can continue to iterate and improve on the technology. But I do think that they're looking at how people are using this, and not just the telemetry, but even just like seeing reviews and seeing how people are interacting with the device. Because if you sort of think of it, when you look at the first generation iPad, and then you look at the second generation iPad, they are very, very different looking products. It's a tough one to do for some of the others, but I think the iPad is an interesting case, just because, like, for computers, right, if you say, well, let's take a look at, the first Macintosh compared to the second Macintosh, it's like maybe you don't see that much, but then again, computing was sort of being worked out. And then the iPhone, I think you might be able to make a similar argument, although certainly the first iPhone was very different than what I think we usually think about for the successful device. But the iPad, I think, is a really interesting one, just because, like, the mobile computing thing sort of had some, like, it had a bit of development on it. So now it's sort of like, what does the bigger screen look like? And I remember that one, people were very skeptical about whether or not that was going to be a viable thing. The funny thing is, I know people now who don't think that they're ever going to buy a computer again. As far as they're concerned, using a tablet is fine. But yeah, for sure, cured. But again, I mean, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I probably should have just stuck with the original question, which was AI and VR headsets. And I know Meta is going very heavily on AI, and I know Apple is going to have some AI announcements. And these definitely seem to be two, VR and AI seem to be two trends that people are sort of following right now. But I actually think that they do solve different problems. And my real feeling is that the biggest advantages that we're going to be seeing in terms of AI relative to these technologies are the sorts of things that we just take for granted, the sort of thing that make the tech sort of feel like magic, like the keyboard and all of that. And we'll see. I mean, again, maybe I remember expressing skepticism about Cyberpunk was something that everybody sort of yelled at me for at the time, and then when that actually kind of turned out to be right, everybody suddenly was an expert. So this video will probably suffer the same fate. If I wind up being right, everybody's going to talk about how they were always right all along, and nobody will remember this one. But we'll see. I mean, history will tell us whether or not I was right to spend 20 minutes talking about this. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, or at least were enjoying it when you left that nice comment earlier on. All right. Treating symptoms. Get inside the Voodoo Boys base. Oh, that's right. Yes, we signed up. Gig objective. Eliminate Milko Alexis. Voodoo Boys base. Luxor High Wellness Spa. Indira Baraza wouldn't be the first or the last to fall prey to the Voodoo Boys blackmail. What's interesting is the gang seems to have made only the technical employees of her corp. Seems to have only the technical employees of her corp in their sights. They made our client an offer she couldn't refuse: cooperate or die. Indira chose the third route. She called me. The voodoo boy threatening to hack her lungs is one Milko Alexis. See to it that he kindly leaves her the fuck alone. Mr. Hands, when he was still Wade Bleecker at the Petrochem employee, practically everyone knew him. Since scrubbing his identity from existence and adopting the persona of Mr. Hands, Pacifica's resident fixer, that's no longer the case. His appearance and true identity are a closely guarded secret. In his previous life, Wade climbed fairly high up the petrochem corporate ladder, but after a sudden shakeup in upper management, someone decided blood needed spilling at the altar of corporate efficiency. Unfortunately for Bleecker, he was chosen as its unfortunate sacrificial lamb. He proved cunning enough to survive the initial assassination attempt, but when an official bounty was put on his head, he had no choice but to change his name and face and disappear for good. Mr. Hands is a businessman through and through, cool-headed, calculating, and supremely focused on his objective. Precisely what that objective is, however, remains a mystery to all but Mr. Hands himself. Oh, that's great to hear, Kieran. Yeah, I don't know. Curiosity is generally a good... So my feeling on this is like curiosity is generally a good trait to have, but it is definitely assisted by a willingness to sort of follow up. So, and I say this partly as a recognition of some of my own limitations. So I'm very good at sort of snacking on a few different topics, but I have noticed my tendency to like really go in deep on certain books has sometimes been a bit shaky. So I can remember a time when I used to like go in, and if I was interested on a subject, I would like sign out every single book in the library on it, and I would read every single book end to end. So a good example of this would be, there was a time when I could claim to have read every English language book about Stanley Kubrick. There have been a few that have been released since then, and I would like to actually bring myself up to speed, because that's always a good subject to read. But I have noticed sometimes, like when I was a little surprised when I realized the time. I am enjoying Power and Prediction, but I'm also noticing that like reading it in small fragments, I'm not retaining as much as I would. And I think probably, again, this is just the video games are rotting my brain, but I have noticed that I'm sort of sitting and sustaining less time with a book, and I would prefer it if I sort of reversed that trend. It's not that I'm not reading, but I would like to maybe spend a bit more time sitting down and dedicating the time to reading. And so for me, curiosity is a good thing, because that's sort of that's that first layer, that's sort of the fuel. But you do need to sustain the fire, right? You need to poke it a couple of times or make sure that it has the other things that it needs to really, really deliver. It fascinates me how, as humans, we have managed to turn a funky rock, dinosaur bones, and a fundamental part of the universe, and somehow turn that into TV games and connecting the entire planet. What's that quote from? I don't know that offhand, Kieran, but it's a good one. Voodoo Boys in Dogtown. Some say the Voodoo Boys of Dogtown live closer to the edge than their brothers and sisters in Pacifica. They take more risks and rarely look back, explore the dark corners of the net more often, and end up earning more too. In a way, the boundary between Pacifica and Dogtown is also the boundary between idealists and pragmatists. Pragmatic Dogtown netrunners do business in the stadium, lend others their services, run shady biz, and protect the data of Hansen's guests, covering their tracks through the district subnet. In other words, they keep the deluge of ones and zeros from leaking out of Dogtown. From time to time, this symbiotic relationship between Barghest and the Voodoo Boys can seem shaky. So far, however, Hansen has managed to ensure it's a little rumble here and there and not a full-blown earthquake. Oh, from you. Very nice. Luxor High Wellness Spa. The avant-garde exterior of Luxor High Wellness Spa brings to mind the monumental feats of the ancient world, such as the now-demolished Temple of Hatshepsut and the mysterious ziggurats of Mesopotamia. It was designed by the prominent architect Dionsy Haponik, born September 11th, 2021 in Warsaw, Poland, who is known to draw heavy inspiration from sacral architecture. Unfinished since the 2050s, the building was to become a modern temple for beauty and spiritual bliss, where wealthy Pacifica residents and visitors could indulge in expensive rituals to prolong their lives. Never mind the fact that their synthetic skin, titanium bones, and genetically boosted metabolisms were already doing a solid job of that. This place was designed to be the very definition of luxury, prohibitively expensive, and wholly unnecessary. And finally, Milko Alexis, a voodoo boy netrunner involved in the remote hacking of corporate engineers' implants. At the age of 5, he could disassemble and reconstruct a cyberdeck faster than a NetWatch agent inputting their access code. But when you're born into Pacifica's Haitian diaspora like Milko, your career options are limited. This talented kid quickly caught the attention of the local voodoo boys, who took him under their wing and raised him as a professional netrunner. A moving story? Not really. Gangs aren't charities, and their protection comes at a price. In Milko's case, that price is chronic insomnia caused by remorse. Okay, so for starters, let me also make sure that the settings are where they need to be. We had... Oh... I probably should start with a ping right away, but... that's the turret, actually. Okay, that's not so good. It's just a little easier to deal with. Now, the voodoo boys haven't exactly done me any favors, but I'm going to try to avoid killing them. Come on. Okay, so we got a couple people who are immune to my cheesier tactics. You're kidding me. Give him something to think about. That sounded like a... It sounded like a camera saw me. It's a good one. I mean, obviously, it's demanding on a system, so I'm not quite sure what you're going to be playing it on. But I definitely feel the reputation that the game had after release. I'm happy to see that people are enjoying it a bit more than than the initial reactions after release. But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it. Ah, gotcha. I don't know what the... I'm assuming that there's still the usual return periods that are offered for these things. So if you're... Like, if it feels like you're on the margin in terms of, what it can do, you might want to make sure that you're able to return it if it doesn't deliver what you're looking for. But I don't know. I'm having a good time with it, even when I'm like messing up on the, even when I'm messing up on my sneaking. It is kind of fun to run around. On Steam, believe it's 24 hours, less than 2. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if you're getting it on Steam, then yes. It's just there's obviously more than one storefront. So I didn't want to assume. All right, Blaze Allard. Kyle came by, dropped off the stuff. First come, first serve. You skezzed out of your damn mind? No fucking first come, first serve. You'll take nothing for yourself. What a waste, scrapping perfectly good chrome. Who the fuck asked you? Just be careful with the crates. I expect perfect condition. If I see one scratch, the eddies come out of your cut. From what you already told me, from what you already owe me, you mean? Well, all right. So I got to scrap some of the... Again, I'm ideally looking at some of the white ones like this revolver, disassembling those, and then sort of moving our way up in terms of rarity. There's a bunch of stuff here which I really don't need to be hanging on to, but... Okay, next best I think would probably be some of my greens, although I can't see myself using that double-barreled shotgun, so there's also a couple of fairly straightforward ones for me to scrap just because they don't really fit my profile. I definitely should have stopped by home and dropped a few of these off, but we are within... We're sort of within the weight that we needed, so... There we go. Okay, so I have a little bit of a better idea of what I'm up against now. Okay, so obviously... Obviously, I'm blowing it on how I wanted to approach this, but it's still working. So BD1C55 seems to be the best. I already screwed up. So, this doesn't give me any E9. I gotta get what I can out of this. That was definitely not how I wanted that to go. Okay, let's see if I can approach this in a slightly less violent way. Obviously I have the option of dropping down below here, but I don't want to go that far. Now getting a little overzealous on the distraction was the problem last time. Oh, darn it. Jean-Louis Morel and Kyle Araujo. Araujo. Uo? Anyways. Need another delivery ASAP. Frontal cortex circulatory system. What you got? I just brought you 5 whole crates of chrome. You think I fucking care? You think I just shit this hardware out on demand? This is everything I could land right now from the Bargas recruit stockpile. If more stuff goes missing at this rate, someone's gonna get wise and crush my balls. You should have worried about your balls before you stick your dick in the Bargas jaws in the first place. Too late now. Okay, so I am very obviously going to need to deal with the people in that room before I try this computer. Oh dear. I also sort of feel like the performance is starting to lag a bit. I'm not quite ready to fully reset the stream on this, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. I kind of got away with murder on that one. Okay. Given that he had a shotgun, that was about the only option that I had. So yeah, the real shame here is that I am committing all sorts of murders simply because I'm bad at sneaking. Okay. So we'll turn these off. Robot maintenance to-do list. Test thermal breakers. P4, no rush. Program remote activation for night vision and hyperkinetics. P2, because fuck yeah. Order 50 hydraulic load sensors. P1, expect shipment delays. Define max load capacity. P5, see dependency in item 3. Update combat soft. Shotguns, pistols. P0 for Milko. Review last week's error logs. P1, organize mandatory lesson for bug reporting. How to reproduce the bug. Add labels, determine frequency and urgency. P1. Spax 2 from Xavier Gero to Mathieu Eloy. You sleeping? No, but that doesn't mean I want to hear any more of your gawk theories about the two spars and Luxor Heights. David, a little crazy to you? The VBD came to Dogtown, right? It just so happens that we have two factions and both took root in spas. Call that a coincidence? Call them the most spas is a convenient oversimplification. They are resorts. Shit, not even. They were never even operational. So this whole idea of them being anything is already fucked. But check it out. The word spa is an acronym, right? Sanitas per aqueum, meaning health through water. And it just so happens solid water is ice. Us runners use ice baths when we dive into the net. Spa, water, ice, bath, spa. It's all connected, a closed loop. We use icebreakers too. Ah, yes, exactly. You see now? WTF. Okay, so one thing I am seeing here is I'm getting a lot of encoding overload messages, which interests me. Now, it could be because of the... the VSync and frame rate cap that I put on, or it could be something else. So I'm just taking a second here. I want to see if there's any processes running in the background. I should actually be running pretty light. Yeah, there's nothing really running in the background here. It does look like there's a sync happening with Cyberpunk. I did have a Baldur's Gate download going. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to abort that outright. So yeah, it's really hard to see anything else that would be demanding resources right now. But what I'm going to do here... Yeah, so the Baldur's Gate update, it says here is... Yeah, I don't actually know how much the download is, but like it was measuring things in like over 100 gigabytes. I'm assuming that's the size of the install. I don't know if I need to download that, but it's 18 gigabytes would be a bit of a gift compared to what... it did have an estimate of 1 hour, so it could actually be that large. But yeah, needless to say, I want to try and make sure that sort of stuff is not running in the background. Anyways, 20% utilization on CPU, 14% on RAM. NVIDIA just jumped up, so the GeForce is at 73%, but we'll see whether or not OBS is telling me it's in pain. Definitely feels better. Is there a home location, or are you just sort of doing your thing? In this game? I'm trying to... Whoa! Oh, I can't use the spark on it. Okay. Yeah, so right now I want to talk to the supplier, but I am also going to loot as much as I possibly can. I'm buying apartments as I go, although I tried to get to Dogtown as early as I could. So I suspect there are... So yeah, I'm actually trying to think. I don't know if I have a home in Dogtown. Archive Conversation, Mathieu Eloy, and Sylvie Patan. You know they sent us 6 new Eventide runners, and, well, so far Milko always works solo. And? That doesn't make you curious? Nope. Doesn't make you curious neither if you're smart. Ask too many questions, they send you to a bunker for salvage duty next. Pfft, let them. I don't believe in ghosts. The ghosts don't care. But yeah, you definitely have home locations in Cyberpunk, and they improve over time. So I am definitely interested. Actually, I am definitely interested in getting home just so I can drop off some of the gear that I'm not quite ready to... so I can drop off some of the gear that I don't want to sell or salvage. I am interested in the fact that this keeps highlighting. I'm going to talk to the supplier before I go further in.
Well, well. Now what do we have here?
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm just here on biz!
You have biz with the Voodoo Boys?
Yeah, well, used to. After what you just did, thinking they'll want a new supplier.
Voodoos can't just go to a Ripper for their chrome?
This cyberware isn't for installing. It's for tinkering. Some kind of experiments.
Research on implants. What was all that about?
Don't know, don't care. I got enough problems.
Milko Alexis, a Voodoo Boy. Know the name?
Yeah. About all I know, though. Guy practically lives in the net. Seems like he's got everyone walking on eggshells. Big deal, I guess.
Where can I find him?
Don't ask me. Got enough problems as it is.
Talk, or your skull really will be in pieces.
Don't scare me. Dog! Fucking psycho! Fuck, the nose! Oh, it hurts like a motherfucker!
Ready to talk?
Fine, whatever, just stop! Right, so these implants. The Voodoos break most of them down. Looking for code exploits, new hacks, and so on. Whatever they don't use, they install in old robots. Piles of scrap, most of them, but one came together real nice.
Robots? What for?
What for? Think for a sec. If this Milko guy's so important, probably needs round-the-clock protection.
Running out of time to spare. Know any way of getting around those bots?
Nothing gets past their motion sensors. Slipping by unnoticed is a non-starter for sure. How's your aim?
I manage.
The Voodoos, they keep their bots in some kind of server room. I can overload the disk arrays, then you fuck up the servers till they go boom. Should result in a pulse big enough to melt the circs of the rank and file.
Okay, feel free to Delta. I got work to do.
Must be nice.
Didn't necessarily want to beat him up, but I wanted results. This is starting to get a little old as far as scrapping is concerned, but I really don't have a better option. Because you can see most of this is all purple already, so all the low-hanging fruit's kind of gone. I could try a few of these, but... Well, okay, here's what we'll do. Let's, we'll look at the clothing that we have. And let's say if it's low quality, yeah, so like I probably won't use this balaclava. Let's go whites and greens, and if it doesn't look cool, keep these sneakers. Yeah, so this is the problem. Most of this stuff, most of the low, quote-unquote low quality stuff I'm actually keeping for a reason. May not be a good reason, but I'm still keeping it for a reason. So I do notice one more white one. And this is the big problem, like, do I really want to give up the fire-resistant Bolero blazer with PBI lining? I mean, looks pretty good. All right, we'll work with what we got. I also need to remember, I think last week I said that if Ellen Ripley stops by, I'll tell you all a nice little follow-up to the Japanese economic boom story. Because there is, in my opinion at least, a fun little modern-day follow-up to that. Oops. Okay. I'm guessing we probably don't have any easy to scrap options here. So, plan B. I'm going to take a look at my options melee-wise. Yeah, so this axe is pretty good. I don't think it gives me a DPS measure anymore. So this knife is better for headshot damage. That doesn't necessarily mean it's my best option. So let's take it this way. We'll get rid of the neurotoxin knife. We'll keep at least one hammer. I don't see any difference between these two katanas. Okay, so that's at least getting rid of some duplication. The assault rifle, I'm going to assume probably has... I'm going to guess that there's not any immediate alternatives. The Kyubi seems to be the next best option. Lower attack speed. I already think this one's got a relatively low attack speed. Better damage, better effective range, and better weapon handling. Better... Okay, so the armor penetration's lower, but you know what? I think I'm actually willing to switch this out. So we were using the Jew before. Yeah, I don't know. I liked it for the extra range and the extra distance. I'm taking the the negative ADS time, by the way. You talk about a reduction in terms of ADS time, this would say to me that it's actually a shorter period to aim down sights, but I imagine that this actually means it takes longer. I don't know. Anyways, there can be a maximum of 3 of these, so we can scrap a couple of these, although I guess they don't really take weight, so maybe I'm just being wasteful here. And we've got purple versions of these. Okay, now I can't imagine... Yeah, so lower crit chance. Like, essentially, I kind of like the Pareto improvements on these. So for those of you unfamiliar with the term, Pareto improvement basically means make things better for people without making it worse for others. So in this case... you know, lower crit chance, lower spread. I don't want the lower crit chance. Now, one thing that I do find interesting here, we've got the silencer, so better stealth damage, plus 10% damage reduction. So I imagine this is saying that the damage goes down, but this is a really weird way of phrasing it. Anyways, I'm going to leave that aside. This thing gives us 15 crit chance with ricochets. Now, I'm not so sure that's what I want here. Yeah, the ready steady seems to be... Oh, slot already filled. Okay, well, we'll equip a ready steady. Now, the pistol. Right now we've got the cheetah. Is there a better pistol for me? So this thing does more damage, but lower attack speed and worse weapon handling. Unity is also an option. It's a tough call, right? Because both of those seem viable. Now, it's hard to see me using the Nawaki, so we'll scrap that one. And when it comes between the carnage... Okay, so we've got 2 different carnages, so we can get rid of that one. Copperhead, better attack speed, lower damage. So I think we'll ditch that one. Okay, I think I can live with... I think I can live with these choices. But again, we don't have that much inventory space after all that. Sliders hideout storage room key. I'll turn these off. However, I'm going to take them over just to see if I can see the sights. Shared stores. Seriously? Tell me, do we wear bell-bottom jeans and flowers in our hair? Then why do we act like a fucking hippie commune? I heard Slider gave you access to our storage space and Eventide. Chill, it's a gesture of trust, keeping up appearances. Yeah, one VDB for all for one, etc. I have another question. Why are we all voodoo boys and not voodoo girls? Don't change the subject. Tell your LH Chooms we may share storage, but if they don't want to borrow anything, they ask first. If Slider actually trusts you, he's either blind or stupid. I mean, he is blind, though.
Hey there, high riders. You're cruising at 0 altitude with 107.5 Dark Star FM.
All right, so I'm not quite sure how to translate that storage room key into some kind of windfall. Definitely been here before. I'm tempted to jump down, but yeah. Elevate mind and body at Luxor High Wellness Spa. Grand opening soon. Discover your new favorite place to relax and renew at Luxor High Wellness Spa. Personalized body rejuvenation plan, holistic mind and body therapy, nature and technology fusion therapy, cellular regeneration, rehabilitation, and so much more. All right, that didn't really do much, but it's easy enough for us to get back. So I'm probably getting to the end of all just the kind of exploration that I was doing here in terms of the easy pickups. That's fine. Like, this wasn't intended to be a forever mission, but it's I don't know, like, you don't spend the time searching for items and then just say, okay, well, we're going to rush through the... Oh, here we go. We're going to rush through the loot part. 7A, 55, 1C. Okay, so I want two 1Cs and then an E9, so we can do that here. And we can also get the 7A. Looks like I can't get back upstairs, though. So obviously this would have been the better approach if I'd taken the time to scout out the location. The thing is that, like, combat is not bad in this game. Like, it is fun to just shoot people up. So the thing is that I really have the wrong incentives. Like, I'm survivable enough in combat that there's not that much of a penalty for me getting caught. But as a result, I am definitely a lot more sloppy than if I were to be, a usual netrunner sort of character in a cyberpunk. When I say cyberpunk, I mean like science fiction setting in a future dystopia run by, a small number of very powerful corporations. So like I'm thinking of like Shadowrun and things like that. But yeah, that kind of thing. I do tend to find that when I am playing a character who's particularly adept as a netrunner, that usually will translate into a limited set of actions. Did we read this already? Yeah. Which, to a certain extent, it's kind of neat that you are able to, be a, I guess the term for this would be a solo, and that, you are able to do a little bit of everything. But obviously, as far as the stealth is concerned, either you keep resetting the mission or the enemies in this somewhat preposterous way, or
Activating defense systems, 40%.
all right, I'm getting screwed. I think I'm actually supposed to hit the servers near the robot rather than just...
Activating defense systems, 100%.
Good God. Yeah, alright. That's not an automatic weapon that I thought it would be. But I can make that work. So I'm a little confused in terms of the instruction that I was given. So I thought it sort of said just blow up all the... Oh wow, that's really far back. Yeah, I will confess I'm a little confused as to the instruction because it seemed to be that it was pointing me towards sort of blowing up the servers in the room, but there wasn't an indication of progress on that. So I was wondering if maybe that was just a like, okay, this is a statement on things that are available in the area for you to take advantage of.
Activating defense systems, 40%.
Commencing area search. Classifying.
Good lord. Alright. So yeah, clearly blowing all this stuff up didn't do much. Well, it took me out. So I think we're just gonna have to fight these things the old-fashioned way, which is fine. Like, I don't think it's that hard of a fight, but clearly trying to get clever in the way that I do it is not happening. I am, however, gonna see if I go to that outside area. So normally when you do sort of the thievery, it'll give you a save. And I'm a little surprised that I'm starting this far back. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh, go to hell. I can make that jump. At the very least, I should be able to grab the ledge. There we go. So yeah, this should give me the access, or the save. Anyways, I'll do a quick save afterwards. Just need to make sure. Okay, so I only have two 1Cs. Then there's a BD 55 BD. 1C E9 BD. Okay. So I think a quick F5. Yeah, that gives me a quick save. I'm sure there's like little bits and pieces that I'm missing around the area here, but I don't want to... Again, I don't want to spend forever working on this stuff. Lord Gloom, 3 different games with 3 streams. Variety Chalk is back. Indeed. I'm happy to be doing a little more variety. I mean, I like all of the games that I'm playing, though, too. So, to a certain extent, you know, in one sense, I can see myself wanting to do, you know, more like this. And in another sense, I can see myself wanting to be a little more focused again. Anyways, how you doing, Lord Gloom? For those of you who love this game, have you played it before? I played it on release, but this is my first time in Dogtown. So, but yeah, no, I am really enjoying it. All right, that's no good. I don't think I'm doing enough damage to. Okay, so as long as I hold them at bay, we're fine, but I'm gonna need to throw a lot of... Alright, there we go. So I need to give myself some space. Anyways, this is gonna be the worst shout out in the world for Lord Gloom, who has been doing art, has been doing real-life magic cards, although in fairness that is because he reminded me last time that's what he was up to. But as you can see, Lord Gloom is a variety streamer as well, and actually does do the variety as opposed to just claims to be it like me. I don't think I've ever seen you do Cyberpunk on your stream, but I'm delighted to hear you liked it. I'm gonna have to look at this after the fight, but what background did you go for? Sacre bleu! Done a good job of pinning me down, but I have an ace up my sleeve.
Your actions are illegal.
I really have been enjoying Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty kind of touches on a bunch of things that I just find interesting on its own, but also, like, I like how it's treating subjects that I don't always think get... Like, I think there are very interesting subjects to deal with in general, but I'm not entirely sure they always get treatment in Cyberpunk settings. I really would have thought that would have got those guys in the corner. Anyways.
Terrorist activity detected. Classifying. Classifying.
That should have taken out a whole bunch of them.
Locating suspect. Classifying.
It's immortal! All right.
System failure. System failure. Area scan in progress. Human life signature detected. Initiating evacuation protocol. Unlocking emergency exit.
I don't think there's a timer on this, but I am intrigued. The little micro stutters seem to have come back, but I'm not getting the overloading warning like I was in OBS, so we're going to do the best with what we've got. Nothing actually seems to be overloaded when it comes to like the metrics, but Mirland Sherry and Junior Moyes. Actually, before we do any of that, let me actually properly get the shout out for Lord Gloom. I appreciate you putting up with my sort of my distraction. So you played a woman who you role-played basically as a corpo weapon. She was all about faster-than-life reflexes and slowing down time, slicing people up. Next player, though, you're doing a scrappy street hacker. I'm definitely hardcore corpo, both in the setting and probably in terms of my temperament in general. When everybody's like says, you know, oh, he's a cop in terms of like in a pejorative sense, I'm like, look, they do an important job. Like, I don't see that being a bad thing. But yeah, I did really enjoy the intro for the street kid. Like, I think it's probably the most interesting way you meet Jackie. Yeah, I had a save where there was a little more progress with the street kid. I don't know if I kept that save or not, though. Anyways, Alan wants security for Milko, but that's Alan's job. In Netscape, yes, not in Real Space. Real Space necessary? When did we name your ass chief security consultant? Only asking, no asking, only listening. We need to fire up those bots. We're not selling them? We will when Milko finishes what he intends to finish. But we cannot finish it if he gets shot in the face, understand? Yeah, but we'll need someone to control them. Not someone, Milko will. That means you have two things to do, okay? 1, reformat the servers. 2, don't fuck anything up. But I actually like that you're kind of approaching the game the way I do. I'm sorry. I know it's annoying to have me like start and restart, but I actually don't like it when I let visual imperfections that I think I can fix creep into the stream. So I'm just going to take a second here to reset and see if we can improve things. But yeah, no, I like it. Like when you're playing an RPG, whether it's first person or, you know, or a top down or anything like that. I don't like the idea that the only way you can express your character is through the canned responses. I do like the idea. So like, I also think it's kind of dumb when people go in and expect these games to have every single human, like, okay, so the thing that I don't really care for is this idea that an ideal RPG is one which has sort of modeled every conceivable human response to a situation, and you get to pick among that menu. I think that is a lot to ask of developers, and I don't think that that actually provides anything useful. On the other hand, I do actually like when games allow you to express yourself, and I think some of the best ones are the ones where you have a very strong idea of who your character is, and that the options that you do have allow you enough expression in terms of who you are. You have a response that you think is meaningful to the type of character that you want to play. But again, it's not because the game has given you an infinite number of responses. It's because the game has given you enough of a range of possibilities that you can make choices that are consistent with you. So I know this is an unpopular one for me to talk about, but like, I played Mass Effect 3 well after the whole controversy surrounding the ending. And I, even independent of the like coda that they added to it, I thought Mass Effect 3 ended perfectly. And this is because throughout my playthrough, I had this very conscious idea of who this character was. From the very first moment of character creation, there was, there's sort of like you talk about this defining moment for your character, right? You know, they were this hero at a particular, particular moment, or something along these lines, right? Like your character creation is not just picking your stats, but you get a little bit of an idea of who this person is. And I had this very conscious decision when I made that character that it wasn't just that there was sort of this hero moment that was described, but I actually kind of chose that to be this through line. And again, I'd played Mass Effect 2. I think I'd even played Mass Effect 1 at that point, but I didn't know how the whole thing ended. But this really clear decision that I had was that moment had greater significance than the game necessarily communicated. Because in my mind, what that moment would be is that was sort of the realization for the character that they were in a very unique position, that through their ability or their circumstance, that they were in a spot where people looked up to them, that they were sort of this ideal that people could rally behind. And as a consequence, there was a level of scrutiny, there was a level of expectation in terms of what they would do that would be unlike any other person, and that this would ultimately drive the sorts of decisions that they would make. So again, it's the idea here. Like you can like there's a certain way that you can sound very, if you were to talk about yourself this way as a person, people would think that you are just a complete egomaniac. Like you would be the worst person in the world to talk to if this is like the way you actually thought about yourself. The difference is, though, that Commander Shepard actually is in this incredibly unique position to be this type of person, right? This idea here is that this is not a particularly conceited person. What they are trying to do is to rise to the occasion that circumstances have brought them to. So whether or not you think that's an interesting idea for the character, that did lead to a number of specific decisions, and largely ones that I didn't necessarily communicate to chat. They were ones that sort of drove me to play the character a particular way, but they weren't necessarily ones that I wanted to make explode. Like, sometimes there's something interesting in terms of talking about why you're making particular decisions, and other times it's just sort of interesting to leave that as a choice for yourself. And if you're broadcasting, you kind of need to decide what world you're in that case. Sorry, I just need a minute here to. I'm kind of inclined to scrap this sniper rifle, but I guess I don't need to make that decision quite yet. But anyway, so this is kind of what was making certain choices. I didn't make it a one-note character. There was actually a couple of moments where I allowed, the heat of the moment to get the better of them. And there were like a couple of dialogue mistakes that I made, and I tried to sort of work that into the way that I treated the way that I sort of treated the development overall. But there still wound up being sort of this through line that I was that I was going for, and I think largely worked for me. But what I particularly enjoyed was when I got to the ending of Mass Effect 3, and when one of the options was essentially to become this avatar, this protector of humanity. You know, I was like, my God, there could not have been a more perfect and more fitting ending for this character, right? You know, their ultimate sacrifice is not only have they ceased to be the type of right, like, so this is a person who does not get to go home and relax. This is a person who at every moment needs to reflect on that their behavior is going to be something that will cause people to behave in a different way. But not only that because the Reapers cannot be stopped, that there is essentially this weapon or this great danger that exists, that they genuinely cease to be human. You know, they're not just a person anymore, but they need to become something else as sort of their final offering to humanity. And like, for me, I was like, that could not have fit better in terms of this arc. It wasn't necessarily something that I intended, but in terms of like when it comes down to the choices that you make, I'm like, this could not possibly have been a more fitting ending to the sort of thing that I was interested in, in doing for this character. So this whole idea when people are like, no, I didn't get this bespoke ending, every single minor choice that I made in Mass Effect didn't count for anything. I'm like, you have not been playing this game the right way, because I loved it. And then essentially when so people kind of let me know that the cutscene that you see afterwards was sort of added after the release. I was like, well, really, that cutscene just said everything that I kind of knew about my character. So, my perspective, and again, I appreciate that this is unique to me, that not if people didn't experience the game the way that I did, they might have a different opinion of it. But it's not like I went in to experience the story that way. I ultimately feel that what BioWare gave me was a canvas on which I painted a character, and it gave me an option for an ending, which is very much in line with sort of where I could see that character going. And sort of what Lord Gloom's talking about here. Your Cyberpunk character never felt like they were forced to make off-character options. Same thing in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, this is the thing for me, is that being able...
Hey, careful with that. I'm linked to the runner, see? Don't want him to catch a ricochet, huh?
Let me...
Milko's a corpse already, but you still got a choice. Whoever you are, I advise you to step back.
You'd only waste your bullets on you. Trust me. I am Agent Alan Noel, Netwatch. Organized crime specialist. I'm sure we can work something out.
First I've seen a Netwatch agent ditch the tie and button up to get his hands dirty. Live with the enemy.
We tried recruitment more than once. None ever agreed, no matter our terms. We underestimated their loyalty to each other.
Well, Alan, Netwatch agent or not, if you stand in my way, I'll be forced to remove you from it.
At least let me unplug from Milko.
Fine, but so much as a twitch, and you're a flatline.
That's better. Now, listen to me. You can't kill Milko. Not yet.
Want to stop me? Try.
Months I've suffered this place. Holed up with these scabs on society. I aim to expose their web of blackmailers and murderers like Milko. But to do that, I have to find out who's pulling the strings first.
This Milko guy work for you? Your source?
I piggyback whenever he jacks into the net. Try to pin down who's feeding him orders. Give me a chance. Do you realize how many more people you can save this way? I have reports of victims all along the coast. Milko is only one of the runners working for the Voodoo Boys. As soon as I find the head behind the operation, I can chop it off and end this for good. I need Milko. His death alone won't change anything. Understand?
Guess you'll have to manage without Milko.
Do not do this.
Well, nuts. All right, now this is definitely something that I'd skill up for. Okay, first of all, we're gonna go... I was wondering, I was really feeling like there should have been an option for us to work together, because like surely there is a way of preserving, preserving my client while still being able to, conduct the operation, but... Oh. Oh, that's interesting. So it wants int 17. So I'm at 12 now, but it looks like I'm not actually going to be able to level that up the whole way that I want. Oh, never mind. Okay. Acquisition spam, RAM recovery, quick hack damage, max RAM, lower cost. Definitely feel like this is the better one. So I don't know why this is locked. Oh, maybe because I need to... There we go. Definitely went heavy on the perks there, but... Candidates for cooperation, priority P0, personal details, Amory Gould, automation robotics engineer, second heart, difficulty 7 to 10, priority P2, personal details, Abel Markal, sensory systems engineer, cyberware Sinlugs, priority P4, personal details, Kalina Lezwitsky, technician, microwave systems, cyberware heat converter, difficulty 210, priority P5, Henri Davos, engineer, material specialist, cyberware self-ice, difficulty 9 of 10. Messages. An airdrop? Really, Alan? You scramble your goddamn brain? Fuck with a Bargas drop. We have a fucking deal. Their shit is off limits. If they come knocking, the whole operation goes up in smoke. They won't. We are in and out like ghosts. I've had my eye on Bargas comms. Their finger is pointing at the scavs, not us. Call it luck then, but cut that shit out, yeah? This is why we have our own supplier, to keep our hands clean. First of all, our supplier feeds Bargas too, so from him or from the drop is no matter. They still get the shit all the same. Second, our supplier has gone soft. He delivers too little and too rarely. The longer this operation drags on, the greater the risk someone will eventually nail us. Noticed a little bit of static from OBS, but hopefully we won't see too many micro stutters. I'm assuming at least some of this is just Dogtown being Dogtown, but we were doing rather well for a while at least. Okay, so that obviously went different from what I was expecting, but...
Do you know why I enjoy working with you? I don't have to tell you twice what needs doing. Our client can rest easy now. Job done, transfer sent, contract closed.
Bom étranger. Allons, ouvi micro. Ou intelligent, pas vrai? Allons. Allons. Entendez?
So they don't seem to detect me as someone causing trouble. Well, screw that. Should be one more, I think. Yeah, this was all about getting the loot. Anyway, I don't remember where I left my car. Oh, there it is. And I'm going to need to find something to do until the sun goes down. Oops. Ah! There was a button to drop or like put down my weapon. Oop. Oh, that's good to know. It's just one Z.
Please, no.
I can't believe I don't remember this. B. Oh, is it hold B? That's gotta be double tap. Alright, I don't even know how this happened, but... So I have a few options here. I was originally looking... Oh, here we go. Looks like we have an apartment in Dogtown. I was originally going to do a side job, but I think I'm going to go to the apartment first so I can use the stash. Then we will go sell the surplus. And then maybe we'll go check out that relic before the side job. Hey, Nearly Logical. Is it a question of you not having gotten around to it, or sort of being scared off of it due to its reputation? I think it's quite good. I mean, the example I like giving for this is that I originally my feelings about the game were sort of they're informed by like my reaction to the Elder Scrolls. So again, I've told this story a few times, but like I was not crazy about okay, these directions don't really make sense, but yeah, so originally I wasn't crazy about the Elder Scrolls because I played Skyrim and I sort of felt that it kept putting me on this treadmill of quests, and it really didn't work for me. And it actually took me going through Arena up to Oblivion to finally sort of appreciate what it was like. In fact, I remember really specifically, it was the fact that in Arena I would voluntarily like wait in a town for the holidays so that I could get certain items, and then that motivated me. It's like, well, I'm not just going to sit in an inn and like stare at the walls forever to make these things work. Like, so that would sort of say, yeah, I'm going to go and do some side missions, and like I'll make sure that they're ones that don't keep me too far away from the city. And then I realized that that was kind of fun, and that was kind of what something like Skyrim was trying to capture. And then, you know, as a result, sort of spending some time with this series. Like, I'm not trying to suggest here that like the only way that you can enjoy the Elder Scrolls is, you know, by playing it from the original game up. But I definitely feel like it's a way that allowed me to appreciate the game in a way that maybe I didn't before. And so because I finally have started to appreciate these kinds of games, it does mean that I, you know, when I play a game like Cyberpunk, I'm definitely feeling like I have a better appreciation for some of the stuff that's going on in a way that I didn't necessarily before. Okay, so I'm obviously going to want to mess around with my inventory first. Fellow 4 did that for you. Got stuck in a repeating quest loop until you realize you stop having fun 10 hours. Yeah, so like that's a big one for me. Like sometimes, like I'm not going to lie. Like for me, sometimes this is just a matter of like getting with the program, right? This is such a tough one. I do think the Hawk is probably better for me to equip, though. Like, it's a small reduction in damage and a smaller effective range. It's a higher headshot damage multiplier, and I get a little bit more variety. So, I still don't think I'm going to equip one of these things. Oh, I don't get mods. Okay, well, that's life sometimes. There's disappointment. So I guess the question here is, would I be willing to use a different pistol? I could see myself switching to something like maybe a revolver and submachine gun, but I'm going to say no. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open the stash, and everything that's not equipped that's sort of an iconic item goes in the stash. Now all the clothing that I'm not using, I think we can also put in the stash as well. Or actually, that can go in the... I believe there is a wardrobe. Oh, never mind. Alright, then yes, this is all going in the stash. Oh, that's right. So machete, hammer, one-handed club. Yeah. I feel like some of these I'm eventually going to need to make some decisions as to whether or not I really want to hang on to them. Oh, really want to hang on to them, but probably going to have to make a decision on a Netrunner helmet at some point. So I'm going to hang on to those. Probably not for me. Okay, so now we can, oh yeah, and then I don't need the Gwent t-shirt. I might hang on to the NUSA suit. We'll put that in the inventory, actually. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I've really been enjoying it, but I mean, again, like the thing is, okay, like there is I think it's helpful to always acknowledge, you know, tastes vary. A broadcast. In fact, I'm most conscious about this when it comes to broadcasting, right? Because I've had enough times when people have felt a bit let down. You know, like, you know, they like my stuff and they sort of figure, hey, you know, I like this game, I like this broadcaster, so combining this game and this broadcaster would mean like the best stream ever. And that's not a terrible line of thinking, right? You can see how that sort of makes sense in its own way. And yet it's a really good way to wind up disappointing people. I don't think I need to hang on to the rest of this stuff, and all this stuff doesn't have weight, so but yeah, so like with that in mind, I'm always a little conscious about that, and I always kind of take the view, you know, it's useful to say what works for me and what my, you know, my personal tastes might be, but not to try and suggest that there's some sort of like general statement in terms of what everybody's going to enjoy. And, you know, like there is a side of me that says no reasonable person should expect that from a broadcaster. But I mean, again, like if you can do something to try and minimize people's disappointment, you know, so much the better, right? I would be happier if there are more happy people in the world than less. I think I'm gonna try and buy all the inexpensive ones. I'm a little worried that this discount will only apply once. Yeah, so in future, I should make sure I get the most expensive car when I have that discount. But yeah, I mean, again, you do the best with what you can. So in this case here, I like saying what I like about Cyberpunk, but clearly, clearly the most productive conversation is to say, here are some specific features, or here are some things that I think have improved, as a result of Phantom Liberty, rather than just sort of saying, Cyberpunk is good or Cyberpunk isn't good. There's actually an example of this that I've run into recently. So there's a streamer who I get along with who just says that Skyrim is a bad game. Now, I'm sorry to spend so much time talking about Skyrim, by the way. Now, my view is that you can call Skyrim a lot of things, but probably it's a bit much to say that Skyrim is a bad game. I can see that it is a game that's not for everyone. I can see that it's a game... You know what? I don't even need to get in my car for this. I think we can just run. I can see a lot of claims being made about Skyrim, but maybe saying that it's a bad game is a bit much. I think it's completely reasonable to say that it is not a game for everyone, and as someone who did not care for it when I first played it, I am actually very sympathetic to that view. No, don't kill him. All right, well.
This little cruiser's very eager to swap hands.
But yeah, so like in this case here, I don't necessarily think the characteristics that made it work for me are necessarily going to be what makes this work for this other person. I just think that probably the modern Bethesda style just doesn't work for them, and so as a result, I would also recommend that they avoid a game like Starfield. But that's different from like, here's the thing. If we're having a conversation, over coffee or something like that, and somebody says Skyrim's a bad game, I'm like, okay, I get what they're saying. They're saying they don't care for the game that much, right? If they're saying on a broadcast that it's a bad game, I'm sort of like, well, I don't actually think that's true. And I mean, obviously I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder for this sort of stuff, because when I say things that I think are true about gaming in general, and then get a bunch of people who are like, you don't make games, so you don't know what you're talking about. I am actually making the effort to be careful in terms of what I talk about. So obviously I feel a little more self-conscious about that. But I mean, again, the answer for me, as much as I can, is just be as precise as I can. And when people come up and say, I might try this game at some point, it's to try and open up that conversation and say, was there something you were on the fence about, or, you had something about Skyrim, but I'm going to take a minute here and...
Saw that coming a mile away. Motherfuckers won't let you go easy.
Well, at least I don't have a timer. Sorry, Nearly Logical. I will get back to you in just a moment. I wonder if it is possible to lose these people. Okay, this is gonna require a pretty hard turn in traffic. Oh, I screwed up. Oh god. It's not pretty, but it did. It worked. Hey, Hit People Guy, how you doing? The game has been very fun. So, you think you went the opposite journey? I really like Skyrim at lunch, but in the process of replaying from Daggerfall, I realized you like the older designs more. You did skip Starfield. I think I haven't played a lot of Starfield, but I feel that there's some interesting stuff going on in Starfield. The thing is, I need to play more of it. Because like people don't buy and play that game for there's interesting ideas here. People buy and play that game for, you know, I want this to be an amazing. Get out of the way! People buy and play that game for like I want an amazing experience that will sustain me for an extended period of time.
Cut off that tail of yours, Mia. Don't care how.
So this is like the worst possible way of doing this mission, but yeah, anyways, I think I have the heretical opinion. I actually, or not opinion, yeah, no, it's opinion counts. I actually think I like Arena more than Daggerfall. I like Daggerfall's ambition, but I ultimately think it does not deliver on the initial promise.
My man will take care of the rest. Check the drop point, your reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
Do one of the assaults. But yeah, I don't know. Like I wanted to like Daggerfall a lot more than I actually did. I definitely found. I know people have a high respect for Morrowind, and I really do feel that Morrowind did seem to live up to its reputation. And I enjoyed Oblivion too. But I mean, again, I enjoy Oblivion sort of knowing that this is much closer to the modern Bethesda kind of experience. And so, you know, at that point, you're really left with the question: well, is this? I think short. No, the trace is going to be a problem there. So let's do a ping first. They've definitely made the enemies more challenging. All right, 1C, 7A, 1C. And then if I can get another 7A, that's even better. So this is the catch. I can close off this 1C, but I don't get the 7A afterwards. So if I do 1C, 1C, 7A, 1C, so okay. There we go. Oh.
Oh shit, that was something.
Guy didn't pay attention to it, huh? Okay.
Come out with your hands in the air.
How did you know? There he is. Okay, can't short circuit. Little delayed reaction on that headshot. See, Morrowind is kind of the height for you. Daggerfall was a bit procedural gen for you. I liked Oblivion a lot. I wouldn't say I dislike Skyrim, but you like it less than Oblivion. Yeah, so the thing for me about Daggerfall, like I said, I loved the ambition behind it. But I think we probably had an issue with the same things, which is that it's one thing to have this absolutely massive world, but you can't just, like, you can't just turn on an algorithm and say, you know, okay, well this meets all the parameters, right? There's a way from the start. There's a way from the start to the end. You know, we've got our random locations where the items are going to be. There were just so many different dungeons that I went into where you'd have these like ridiculously difficult to open rooms. Like, you know, the greatest lock in Tamriel. And there's literally nothing there. And I just remember finding like, it got to a point where, like, in Arena, I was feeling, hey, you know, I wonder what quest I'm going to find in the bar. Like, hopefully something that doesn't take too long so I can take advantage of the weapon sale. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you know what? This is a little bit like the ideal of the role-playing game that you're looking for, right? You know, you have actions that you want to take in the environment, and, you know, some things are in line with your long-term goals, and as a result, you take some and you don't take others. And what happened for me with Daggerfall, despite the fact that you had these multiple provinces and it's an enormous map and there's, you know, this interesting political backstory that's going on, the fact of the matter is that those individual beats, so like it's kind of like you have this really interesting macro story that's being told, and I actually think it works very well on that level. But once you get down to the micro level, once you actually think about how you're individually spending that time, it is such a drag, right? So that when you get to the end of Daggerfall and you are in the realm of madness, right? It is actually this really cool and very surreal environment. But like, it was the point where I was like, I just do not have the time and patience to work with this. And I just wound up looking up a guide because I was like, I have spent so much time in these completely nonsensical dungeons that I just do not have the patience to engage with this in the way that the game wants me to. And so, you know, this is actually something that I sort of think is working reasonably well for me in Cyberpunk 2077, right? What am I doing while I'm waiting for sundown? I have the option of just sort of sitting on a bench and waiting for sundown, but I'm not doing that. You know, Night City feels sort of big enough, and there are enough things on the map for me to go to that it feels quite natural for me to take a few of these side jobs, you know, in between the major beats of the story. And ideally, I feel, whether, you know, like the peak for me definitely was Arena, because I sort of think my motivation to go out for a quest is very largely driven. Like, so if you think about it, that is an ideal, which is really hard to do, because what's ultimately happening here is that I am in an environment, right? There's something that the developer has created. And sure, there's an ending to the game, right? You want to bring back, you want to undo the work of the evil sorcerer. You want to bring the emperor back. But the game has been pretty clear. This is going to be a very long-term mission that you go on, and that you're going to need to build up your skills, and you are going to need to put a lot of effort into doing this. This is not a quick run. And so given the fact that this is a long-term project, I am in this environment. I can go to any province that I want. And obviously there are going to be some leads in terms of my overall goal, but my overall goal may be too challenging for me. And in order to do that, I need to build up my skills. So how do I do that? Well, if it's a question of weapons, right? There are better metals and there are better styles of weapon. Maybe this village has a particular weapon that's really valuable for me, but I don't have the money for it. Well, how do I get the money? Well, one, I can go and do these quests, but number two, it turns out that on this holiday and this time of the year, there's a big discount on weapons, or maybe a big discount on armor. So it's like, oh, okay, well, I can really get some bang for my buck, and I know it's going to take me too long to go to this other village. So I can make the most of it. Why don't I wait inside and see if I can find some odd jobs, right? Increase the amount of money that I'm making, and that way I'll have that much more to take care of in the when I go to the blacksmith. Now, the problem here is I just wound up with a ridiculously powerful character very early on in the game doing that. But what's neat about it is that, again, there's the continent of Tamriel. There's any number, like I can go to the different provinces, I can go to the different cities. The game did not tell me, hey, you have to go to this dungeon because then you can get the Sword of Ass Kicking. The Sword of Ass Kicking might have been something I did find inside of a dungeon. Or it might have been, hey, I can go to a blacksmith and I can do this thing. And even the idea of taking time to repair weapons. So it's like, oh, I've got a really powerful weapon, but it's getting a bit damaged now. So, I'll use my backup, and, I don't want to go across the continent. I've got to pick up my weapon from the blacksmith. So let's go and find some things to do in between. Every single choice that I made there was entirely about how I wanted to spend my time to move towards that larger goal. But I never really felt that the game was sort of forcing me to take a particular action. A lot of these minor things that I wound up doing were just part of the experience of living in the world of Nirn and experiencing what the Elder Scrolls had to offer. And I realized to a certain extent, like the more advanced games can't do that, right? Because when you move to 3D, when you move to something like Morrowind, you really are limited in terms of what you can show. And like even now, right? Like we've got games like Grand Theft Auto, we've got No Man's Sky, right? Like there is the capability to produce very large worlds now. And I think either between having a team that is starting with maybe some procedural worlds and then crafting them to have a particular style, there's a number of different ways that you can manage it. But ultimately, I just sort of think that the modern games have to be a little bit smaller in terms of the scope, just because of the technological limitations. And it's not necessarily bad. I mean, I was talking about Mass Effect. Mass Effect isn't exactly, I mean, it's not an open world game, right? And yet it was able to tell a very affecting story that I was very satisfied with through its, the way that it did it. But yeah, like obviously I think quite a bit about how I reacted to Arena, because I imagine that there are ways that people can go down that path. A little bit like, one thing I like about No Man's Sky as an idea, I haven't played it that much as a game, is that No Man's Sky is kind of what happens if gaming didn't take off after things like Doom and Quake, right? So between Doom and Quake, you have sort of the advent of the first-person shooter, and you have a very heavy investment in terms of real-time 3D. It's hard to make a turn-based game. It's hard to make a 2D game for a certain period of time. And I think we're largely better off for it, right? We've got some very good games, and the technology to create those kinds of games has been adapted towards some of the others. We're certainly at a time now where people feel like they can make some creative choices that are consistent with the type of experience that they want to create. But there is always the interesting what ifs, and to a certain extent, you can see No Man's Sky as being something that, it's kind of like the world looked at Rogue and Starflight, a few other games that did procedural generation very well, and they said, instead of taking all of those capabilities and putting them towards realizing increasingly high fidelity worlds, what if we use that towards sort of simulation or the creation of these bigger worlds? And because it's a sizable game with a very talented team putting it in, it's different than, say, Crypt of the Necrodancer. Crypt of the Necrodancer is wonderful, but obviously the procedural levels that are made for Crypt of the Necrodancer are not quite to the same level of complexity as No Man's Sky. Not that they need to be, but that's an interesting example of almost kind of like the parallel universe in which a different company, a company that wasn't id Software, wound up sort of really driving the priorities in terms of where all the time and attention was going. You feel the same way about Dwarf Fortress if the world had shifted towards complexity instead of graphics. So interestingly enough, Dwarf Fortress was inspired by Starflight. I feel that there is this great unacknowledged debt that a lot of games that we really love owe to Starflight. One of the developers of Mass Effect was actually very direct in saying that Starflight was a major influence on that game, and I feel that you feel the influence of Starflight both in what Mass Effect did, but also what it never achieved to do, because you can actually see them attempting to capture some parts of Starflight and never really doing it, but you can see them attempting to do it in the subsequent games, up to and including some of the things that they talked about wanting to do with Andromeda that were never realized. Now, this is, of course, not to say, Bay 12 did some wonderful things with Dwarf Fortress, and clearly that is their own game. But you're absolutely right. Very much like No Man's Sky, right? A game which is saying, there's a very large set of capabilities that these computers have, and what if we direct that attention towards simulating a world with tremendous detail, as opposed to putting that towards higher graphical fidelity. And it's not to say that one is better than the other. It's really just this question in terms of, what's possible. And especially because, we live in the age of independent development. And I say this a lot in the articles, but I kind of sometimes feel like a bit of a voice in the wilderness. It's not just the fact that there are tools like the Unreal Engine and Unity. It's the fact that at the time when, so let's say that you had the money to buy an engine from a developer, right? So it's pre-Gamebryo, but maybe, when, id Software is thinking of licensing out the Quake engine or something like that. Your alternative, if you say, I don't want to pay id for their tech, you are going to need, chances are you would be seriously considering paying for a compiler, right? Obviously you can still pay for compilers, but I think most people take a compiler for granted, right? You'll use probably Clang I can never really figure out the relationship between LLVM and Clang, but I think it's Clang is what I mean here. static analysis tools, right? Like you're probably spoiled for choice. I'm sure the paid ones, like, Visual Studio, I think you don't even really need to pay for the good ones anymore. But yeah, I mean, again, you're kind of spoiled for choice. I'm sure the paid ones do something better than, than the free ones, but you're probably doing very well. The options that you have are quite affordable. But on top of all of that, right, you have also just developments in terms of, how you program. I'm not going to suggest that you're going to see a game like Cyberpunk made in Pygame, but you do have Pygame as an option if you want. Or, maybe you don't want to go down the path of Pygame. Maybe you really do want to build everything for yourself. You still have Python as an option. And so long as you can overcome some of the limitations that you might encounter doing something like that. Like, again, I'm not suggesting that people should do intense graphical work in Python. That would be very silly. But you do have this situation in which the tools with which you are building the game are quite a bit easier to use, on top of the fact that there are just simply more people who know how to do this stuff. And so it's more likely to find collaborators who would be willing to work with you on a project. And then, of course, you multiply that over things like, Blender is very good and is a viable option. Sorry, there was a big old rant that I was meaning to go, and then I sort of overdid it in terms of the examples. But yeah, like the thing is that even leaving aside the things that people are really focused on, which is, digital distribution, making it so that, like, there's always been distribution outside of the main channels, right? So if you wanted to sell a video game, it was not always a question that there wasn't always a case where you, how do I put it? You didn't always need to go and talk to someone who is stocking the shelves at a retailer, right? That was definitely the main way that people sold games, right? So if you want to put StarCraft money into making StarCraft, you need some idea about how you are putting those boxes on shelves for people to buy. But there's lots of very good small games that were, mailed out. There are some developers who worked in that model that are still making games today. And they had to struggle and explain to a bank that they were not in fact stealing credit cards, but this credit card, transaction was in fact a real legitimate thing for a real legitimate business. Steam has simplified a lot of that, but there is I think there's a very reasonable, very reasonable claim to be made that, that 30% that Steam takes is actually quite inexpensive compared to what the alternative would have been. Doesn't mean that, it wouldn't be nice if Steam sort of cut back on that a little bit. Just, it's hard to get. The alternative at the time would be very, very difficult. It probably still is very difficult. And yeah, I mean, and free knowledge in terms of forums and videos, absolutely. I do agree with you. I do also think to a certain extent, like, it does depend the audience that you're in, right? So certainly there are a lot of free and open source projects that do highlight how successful that they have been and how they are used in so many things. But you are right that there are I do know there is a little bit of a problem in the sense that you have, I think this was a complaint about Amazon for a while, that they would be making quite a bit of money off of these cloud offerings for sort of free and open source projects. And yes, they could claim that they were, making some contributions, but certainly nothing proportional to the amount of money that they were effectively making from from using this tech. And I think it seems, again, I'm speaking as an outsider on this, it sort of seems like there's a little bit of a of a realignment that seems to be a largely positive one that's happening. So like when I think of Anaconda, so yeah, I mean, so I will be honest about one thing about this, right? Like, it is okay. So there's a side of me that says, you know, a deal's a deal. So if the ideal of open source is that, you know, you make this available to people and, you know, they're able to go off and do amazing things with this. The fact that someone goes off and makes more money than someone else, I don't really feel is some sort of violation of the social contract, right? Like, you want people to do well with the software you make. That means that the software is working very well. On the other hand, right, clearly a very large amount of Amazon is built on open source. And sometimes these open source projects are actually finding it difficult to maintain these sorts of things. And it would be nice to see more contributed along those lines. So it's a tough one. Like, I do have a little bit of difficulty when I say that it's extracted from open source. It's like, well, if it's open source, it is kind of intended to be used. But you know, it's really that's almost a semantic argument. Like, I think the moral argument is still there. It's like, come on, you know, surely you of all people should be able to chip in with this. Okay, no, use versus capture, I think, is a fair point to be made, but yeah, I think I don't know. I do think there's something kind of interesting. So like, I really like the Anaconda distribution for Python. And I do think there's something kind of interesting there. So I'm pretty sure Timothy Oliphant was part of the team. I think it used to be called Continuum, but I think they're just called Anaconda now. And I know this was controversial at the time, but I think the idea was that if you're like a personal user, you can continue using Anaconda. You know, you use the repositories and so on and so forth. You're good to go. But if you use it for business purposes, you know, they want you to pay for one of the licenses, right? So, you know, I think it's $5 or $10 a month for the very simple one. If you're an enterprise, then I think you pay a bit more. But I think this is essentially saying that, you know, maintaining these repositories is it is something costly, and they are making an effort to, they're making an effort to sort of vet the packages that go in from a security point of view. And more importantly, these are all people who've sort of built and maintained some very useful libraries such as NumPy and SciPy. And this is a way that development continue to be financed, not just through things like the Sloan Foundation and such. And I think, you know, as long as those are able to generate enough revenue to kind of continue supporting it, I do think that there's a lot of sense in the people who know the technology the best adding this other layer in terms of support. I mean, that's basically seems to be the Red Hat model. Now, one thing I have noticed, and this is actually one case where I get a little upset with the open source types, I have run into a lot of people who basically say, I'm never going to use Anaconda because they did that. You know, I'm only going to use, you know, Miniconda and so on and so forth. And I'm like, well, you know, like, how much of a fraction of your revenues is this? Like, it's $5 a month. Are you really like firing people because you're not paying, you know, you're paying $5 for the people who have, you know, built this software for you? Like, surely there's something that can be contributed here. But again, like, I guess people feel really strongly about this idea. No, I wasn't paying for it before. Why should I pay now? And I'm like, well, probably because people like you weren't chipping in. So I don't know, though. I like that model a little bit more than sort of changing the license for everyone. Like, in the end, I don't know. There's still that side of me that sort of says, I appreciate the problem. You want to make sure that these things are supported and maintained for the long run. But I do sometimes get a little worried that the criticism becomes, these people were successful, and so now we want to change the terms because they were too successful with it. And I'm like, well, you know, I think this is an indication. I think there's room for saying, is like, okay, well, we didn't think this through and we need to change the terms. and developing new licenses, I think that's completely fine. Like, I think that's a question of just saying is like, we're encountering something different. I mean, laws work this way, right? Like, we learn more about the world, we learn more about our priorities, and we change things. But I don't know, there's just something that kind of feels wrong about saying is like, okay, you were too successful and now you're doing the bad thing. Although again, I appreciate that's an oversimplification. Biotechnica Major 817 10111 calling all units downtown. Head to Corp Hotel. Objective: secure the area in front of the hotel. Safeguard Biotechnica engineer Joanne Koch. I repeat, all downtown units to Corp Hotel. Secure the area, as well as regional director for R&D and genetic engineer Joanne Koch. Yeah, and again, like, that's one of the reasons why I tried to add a couple caveats in there, right? Which is to say that there are, like, so I guess, okay, here's the thing, like, that's a little bit different from talking about open source licenses. Like, in the end, I try and say this as much as I can on some of these things, but like, I already have a problem keeping the scope of a conversation limited.
Your Majesty, I got a special gig for you. Drop any other routes for now, okay? This one's gonna need your full attention.
Cab, I'm flattered, but the name's V. Where's this Majesty coming from?
What else should I call you? Me, your humble servant, bringing you heaps of eddies? Look, I may be El Capitan, but you're my king.
Shouldn't have asked. What I gotta do exactly?
Meet at the dam in Santo Domingo. We'll talk it over. Mano a mano.
Okay, not quite how I planned on spending the time, but let's take a minute here and just see if there's any better... Okay. So I don't think I'm willing to give up some more attack speed. I already think I'm kind of slow with the pistols already. This Unity... I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because in this case, it's just 0.3 attack speed in exchange for 4 more damage. Slightly better weapon handling. I think I will go without for now. So there's no better pistol so far as I can. Well, there's the Liberty, lower damage, same attack speed, so note to that. Assault rifle, I don't think we're going to change that, but let's just double check. So we've got the Ajax, which has got a higher attack speed, but it's greater than 10 reduction in terms of damage. This is the same weapon. The Kyubi has slightly better damage. Oh, right. We already went over this, so I was going for the iconic one anyway. All right, so it's all Ajaxes. So yeah, I think it's fair to say I'll keep like one of every. I'll keep one of each weapon type, but I'm okay to scrap a lot of these. Again, it's a good one. If you have any questions, I'll try and show as much as I can. Right now, I'm just trying to deal with weight. Okay, so sniper rifle. This thing... Now, the thing about the sniper rifle really is it's got to do the largest amount of damage possible. So the Nekomata 116 compared to the, what? 202. Okay, so even though... Well, it does say... It's yeah, this is a tough one because it does have the smart link. I think I'm going to hang on to that one, though. Precision rifle is a different thing, so that's 90. Do I have any other precisions? No, so we'll hang on to that one. I will hang on to one of these Ajax rifles just in case. And then the submachine gun, let's maybe just go for the one with the largest amount of damage. Warden, huh? No, I changed mine. So Saratoga is probably going to be the one that I keep. Okay, I think we said I wasn't going to worry about any of the other pistols. I will hang on to one revolver. Okay, we're good to go there. Now we've got the axe, which is 99 per hit. I might want to switch to the baseball bat now, actually. Yeah, so this does as much damage as this hammer with a higher... Oh, no, it's the same attack speed. Double the attack speed, 99. The thing is, I do like the fact that it's non-lethal. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Well, question maybe, how dominant is the main quest in this game? This feels more like a game you'd want to exist in versus have Neo whisper in my ear. I don't think it's too... My experience is that it hasn't been too intrusive. It definitely has... Like, there are some... It'll definitely point you towards the things it wants you to do. Which color do I like more? But I don't ever think there's the minute... I don't know if you've ever played Payday, but I remember with Payday, there was this tendency that it had where... like at the very start of a mission, there'd be like this recorded voice, like every minute or so while you're like scouting out. Like, so if you haven't played Payday, part of it is like casing the joint, like finding out where the guards are, and as soon as you take actions that are, you know, indicating that you're going to rob the bank, clearly the NPCs are going to react. So one of the things that you need is the drill to drill into the safe, but you're clearly not going to want to pick up that drill and bring it into the bank until you're ready to sort of out yourselves as robbers. So during this scouting phase, every like 2 minutes, you'd have this guy in your ear, guys, the drill, go get it. And it would just like, it would be one of the most frustrating things to deal with, because if you don't want to go in loud, like you have to do that scouting, but you would just have this guy whining in your ear over this action you know that you're supposed to take. So it's not Payday 2. The game will be clear when you have things to do, but it's not going to put you on rails. If you want to run around through Night City, that is totally up to you. I don't know if there is more of the game to play after you do a big main mission. But like, I've been having a good time in Phantom Liberty, and the game is not pushing me towards pursuing my main quest at all. So again, I haven't played to the end, so I can't give you a full answer to that. But so far as I can tell, there's a little bit of main story that you need to get through to unlock all of Night City. And then if you want to get to Phantom Liberty, you're going to have to go further into the story to get, like, if you've bought the DLC, I think it gives you the option to play like a later entry. But overall, I think the idea here is that once you hit a certain point in the story, you have access to the full map. and that the environment will change. You will have access to different people, and maybe you'll go a little bit further along in some of your relationships. But essentially, if you want to spend the time doing side quests, you can, although I don't believe there's an infinite list of side quests. So I think there will eventually be a time when you run out of things to do. I really gotta clean this up. I also should probably figure out what I'm doing with these, but anyways, 78 out of 369 is a good place to be. So to El Capitan, we've got 3 kilometers, so I think I should probably get in a car. Riding in style. Get out of the way. But actually, so here's a good example. This is something that came up over the course of me just playing the game. So this is not a main quest mission. So what I'll maybe do as we go through. So the main, not even main quest, but the main Phantom Liberty quest mission that I'm on says, go to this certain location in the evening. So rather than waiting, like sitting on a bench and having time push forward, what I'm doing instead is I'm saying, okay, well, let's just take the time to go and do some of these other things. So like, okay, finally I'm going to clear out my inventory. I'll drop off the really rare items into my stash, and then I'm going to go sell the rest so I can make some money, and maybe we can, you know, we can buy a better car. And over the course of doing that, I sort of said, okay, well, now there's this Night City Patrol, so why don't we do, you know, one of those things, because they're usually pretty quick and it's a good way to make some money. And, you know, I don't know if I'll be in this part of town again. And then El Capitan is coming in with this other mission, so I'm heading off to do that now. And as you can see, it's getting a little dark outside. In fact, the moon's already up. So probably after doing this, what I'll do is I'll go back to look at that main mission to say, all right, you know, is it dark enough now that the game's counting this as I can go to this location? But all of this has basically been me deciding, you know, I've got a big city in which there's a bunch of things that I can do. I'm gonna, you know, here's how I'm gonna spend that time, and it might be that I choose to spend this time differently based on, you know, I don't know, maybe the boxing match, you know, missions are a little more interesting to me. But especially because this is my you know, first time in the DLC, I'm definitely kind of mainlining Phantom Liberty, and it's now a time for me to catch up on some of the side missions, just because I, you know, I'm limited somewhat in what I can do. So I think they've hit the right balance.
Missing vehicles could be near your current position.
All right, I screwed this up.
Got it.
So if I get a chance to follow up with that, I will. But so, for instance, that Delamain, that's actually a mission that I started quite some time ago, and that came up because that's a region I need to go to. So that particular call was more because the game sort of registered that I might have had some intent in terms of fulfilling that. I don't know if I'll follow up on it, but that's kind of an example about how... Now, admittedly, that's a side quest too, but like that's an example in terms of how the game lets you know that there's a quest in the area that you'd already picked up. So that's another example of a side quest. So that's the Assault in Progress. That's the when we were talking about open source stuff. That was basically one of those missions that I was doing, and that was just because, hey, you know, I want to kill some time, and I can kill some people while I'm doing that as well. Anyways, we've now got this special mission. I'm thinking this is Phantom Liberty related.
You, V? Don't you fuck up down at the docks.
stubborn ass. Remember, Daniels? I'm supposed to help you with this gig.
What was that all about?
One of his men dropped out. After weeks of prep. And me, I'm thinking that's a problem that could bite us in the ass. Daniels disagrees. Anyways, you remember the guy, right?
I think I remember him, but I'm gonna say I can't say I remember.
Honestly, all badges look the same to me.
Daniels, the chum who drove up when we was chatting by my garage. He took one of the cars? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, listen up. You're going to Corpo Plaza, Arasaka Docks. Gonna swipe us a truck hauling med equipment. Your backup? Daniels, and his buddies from the NCPD. They'll be incognito, dressed as workers. You head on over. Daniels will be in touch.
Huh. Shit, not a single Your Majesty. Keeps going like this, El Clowno might even get a haircut.
Clubbing the truck off Arasaka's docks is a big ask. Any tips?
Better go at night. Security will be lower. Daniels will give you more deets.
Great. That all?
If we pull it off, the kids in San Domo won't have to go through what I did. Anyway, need a smoke. Go on, give a chum some space.
Right. Where have I heard that one before? They all say they want space, but what they really want to hear is, Muammar, is everything okay? I gotta be your fucking empathy coach now, too? Chum clearly wants to talk about it, just can't say so.
Not too much cured. I've been doing a few side quests to just kind of make sure that I make the most of the day before going on to the night mission. But at this point, I probably want to wrap this thing up reasonably quick.
Muammar, something wrong? Acting weirdly, composed.
El Capitan, the Joker needs a fucking break. He'll be back. You know I grew up here. Me and Daniels. Santo fucking Domingo. You know what we were most scared of as kids?
Guessing it wasn't monsters under the bed.
Unfortunately, no. Biggest fear was a glass of water. You see, the filter's sometimes gonked out. Any sip could be your last. Talking cancer, arthritis, kids with the joints of 70-year-olds. All in a fucking glass of water. In these homes, every damn day, years on end.
Shit. This is Sokka's doing. Gotta be.
Arasaka Factory's been pumping poison into the groundwater here since 2061. Of course, we didn't know how bad it was for a good long while.
As I fucking thought.
Could breach Sokka's data forts. Find the person responsible. You know, whoever covered up the leaks.
Already did. Name's Maria Sparks. Looked her right in the eye, thought about what to do for a long while. You know their employees drank the water. They didn't tell them either.
Arasaka wanted the data buried. No surprise. So what did you do?
Recruited her. Thanks to her, we know about the transport. I mean, I'm a fixer, ain't I? Make contacts. Get things done.
Shit. How bad was it?
Was. Still is. Everyone here has lost someone. Every kid's battling some disease or disorder. Guessing me and Daniels won't live to a ripe old age either.
So this med equipment, it's gonna help the sick, right?
Should ease some of their suffering, yeah. But the most important thing is peeps will see someone still gives half a shit. Maybe they'll feel something besides fear for a change. Stealing for the greater good. The system, man, it's all kinds of fucked up, V. Anyway, get going. And don't let us down.
I won't.
You can just give me one quick minute here. I just need to get something sorted. I need to get some writing done after the stream, but I did just get a message from someone. I want to make sure they're okay. Okay, cool. But yeah, so this definitely sounds like the kind of like a main mission, but this is actually a side one. So here's the thing: it is quite late. I guess this is actually a tougher one for me, because I was thinking. Was it the dad? Well, it does still say wait until evening. Okay, we will go to the Arasaka docks. I was originally going to say, okay, let's just move on, but let's see what we've got here. So, Aiden Daniels. Daniels is a good pragmatic badge. He knows justice is hard to come by in Night City, and he's more than happy to enforce it. Price be damned. He fabricates evidence to make sure criminals get convicted. He takes bribes to buy better equipment for himself and his fellow NCPD officers. For years, he has worked closely with Mumar Reyes to make life in Santo Domingo a little more bearable. Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo is one of Night City's oldest districts. Luckily, its location meant it avoided the worst damage from the Fourth Corporate War, though the tens of thousands of Night citizens deprived of their homes still built provisional camps and settlements. Today, no trace of them remains. Santo Domingo has instead become an industrial hub with an abundance of enterprises in manufacturing and power plants. Corporations are in constant battle over influence in the district. Real estate changes hands. New businesses pop up and old businesses fall. Meanwhile, construction sites are guarded by combat troops guarding corporate property and secrets, though often they serve as law enforcement in cases when a company shuts down and fires all its staff, mostly around Rancho Coronado, raising the risk of riots. Arasaka Corporation. The Arasaka Corporation is the longest operating megacorp in the world. Its origins date back to the mid-20th century when a young Saburo Arasaka inherited his father's nation company, transforming it into a global leader in security. Today, the Arasaka Corporation is known as an arms manufacturing giant that has its hands in military conflicts across all continents. Due to the latest advances in technology and the company's seemingly unlimited capital, Arasaka is poised to achieve its political goals on a massive scale. Arasaka's soldiers and agents are known not only for their excellent training, but also for their steadfast loyalty to corporate values, and CEO Saburo Arasaka himself, who despite his advancing age, continues to govern the corporation with an iron fist. Even discussions of a succession plan must be kept to a whisper because no one would dare openly question the authority of the world's greatest weapons empire. Almost no one. And Mumar El Capitan Reyes. Before he was a well-known fixer in Santo Domingo, El Capitan was Mumar Reyes, a corpo rat at a company that dealt in, who the hell cares anyway. But all too quickly he realized that with Corps, it's always the same old tune. Either they fuck you or you fuck them. He preferred the latter. Often those who escape poverty like to help out their less fortunate peers, like El Capitan. Well, kinda. He makes a fortune as the go-to fixer for half of Santo Domingo's working class. But hey, at least he makes sure they can still afford their rent, too. Don't like his style? Find your own gigs. But when a gangoon decides that they'd rather save a buck by breaking your legs instead of paying your cut, look around. Might just see El Capitan watching from his limo with a smirk on his face. So again, it's getting dark. We'll try and deal with this as quickly as we can and hopefully make it to Dogtown in time to follow up on the mission. And if it doesn't, we'll just have some more side quests to do. Oop, a little early on that. Trying to think what the indicator would be for this mission going too long. I think the best thing is honestly just treat this like it's my main priority. If I miss out, so be it. There's going to be another day, and maybe just hope for the best. We'll see. Oop. Looks like we're in this shit together. Listen to me so it doesn't get deeper. Real hard to miss our target. It's a big-ass fucking truck. Gotta pick attached. Thing is, we got Arasaka hustle around it. Sending you the coords, where to meet. Now gotta move on. What exactly in the port is this truck? On an Arasaka cargo ship. You gotta get on board, find the truck, and then drive off into the sunset. Right. All right, now chances are going in through the front. Yeah, going in through the front is going to be a really good way to get some very angry Arasaka troops. So first thing I'm going to do is just stick around on the outside. If I get a chance to disable a few cameras, so something like this. Okay, that's already off. That's interesting. So that must not be Arasaka then. No, maybe not. So I'll do the ping if I have to, but I think right now people aren't going to question me being in this area.
So you can find the port. Great. Way to go, Merc. You remember what's next?
Right, so who's here from your crew?
What? So I tell you, they catch you, and you spill your guts? None of your goddamn biz, that's what.
Look, get that you're stressed, but I need you to keep it professional. Quit looking for reasons to fight.
And you quit your psychobabble bullshit. Now listen. Watch for security. Find the behemoth truck with the Arasaka logo. You got a visual? Hope you can handle it. Once you're behind the wheel, we'll jam their comms. Should give you time to roll before they call backup. Remember, the gear comes first. Don't damage it. Don't fuck around. Do use your damn head. Now move. I'll be on the line.
Alright, so this should be interesting as far as the security goes. This would be a good time for me to consider doing the ping. Okay, so I can see a camera there, so we'll turn that off. And on top of that, I should be able to control it. So that should help me get an idea of where everybody else is. Let me zoom, please. So the good news is, so far, it looks like everybody's somebody that I can take down with a quiet takedown if it comes to that. And as far as this is concerned, that's almost certainly going to be the case. Should probably try and remember the rough position of some of these cameras I've been using, because they are going to be able to spot me and make me sad later. Quite a few guys. I think that might be all the cameras. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Let's do a ping, because that won't trace me. Okay, so there's a guy in there. That's actually good to know, because I'm almost certainly going to be walking in there soon. Someone crouching at... Oh, yeah, 3 people I didn't tag. Okay. Not the easiest task. I think I've got about as much as I can rely on here, so... The real question is if I want to do this without killing anyone. Oh, that's an interesting problem. Obviously, if somebody walks in here, I'm cooked, but... Behemoth U19120 mobile medical units feature a balanced energy recovery ventilation system. A pressure cascade allows division of the hospital into contaminated and non-contaminated areas, while the vehicle interior features walls soundproofed to a level of 40 decibels. The UI9120 model also includes three surgical stations with support robots for minimally invasive surgical procedures. The trucks also come equipped with all supplies and medications necessary to provide assistance in biohazard areas. Delay. Akuma Captain Ijai Gelsai to Night City Port Authority. I regret to inform you that due to circumstances outside our control, we will be docking in the port 3 hours later than scheduled. Our ship was attacked by pirates off the Andriaf Islands. We were unable to repel the attack using combat forces employed on board. Unfortunately, the pirates managed to hack our navigation systems, and our netrunners need over an hour to clear up the internal subnet. Confirming receipt of the above, we await arrival at the port. Sincerely, Mark Davis, Night City Port Authority. Maintenance work. We'd like to inform you that the city's intercargo terminal is currently undergoing planned maintenance work. There will be temporary workers on site in that area, all of whom have undergone full background checks for potential terrorist threats and have been cleared. All temporary workers have been informed they are strictly forbidden from entering any part of the Arasaka terminal. Okay, so again, I want to be pretty careful in terms of where I go. Alright, that guy is going to be a problem, I think. Ooh. So I'm stuck waiting now. I thought he was definitely walking the other way. I could try and make some noise. Okay, so I definitely have a way of turning him around when the time comes. Okay, I think I know how I'm doing this.
Huh. Commencing patrol.
Ooh.
No threat detected.
I'm a little worried somebody's going to see a body. Drat.
Come on out. You're not in trouble.
All right. Yeah, so that body's just made this a lot harder. I was wondering if I could get away with it, but I'm pretty sure that alert stays throughout the mission now.
I will personally find you and bury you. Huh?
Okay, that might be promising.
You're only making it worse for yourself.
2 7As and a BD. Can't do that on its own. I could try a 7A, 1C, 7A. Okay.
I'm out. I got nothing. I have a buddy. Hello? Where are you? Huh?
That was almost what I needed. Oh, crap. That was definitely not what I meant to do.
We have a problem. Give up! You got nowhere to run!
Join your run-in with the corporation? Guess not, huh?
I've got this.
I have a buddy.
I think I'm cooked. Yeah.
Jesus. Oh, no. I thought Mama hot throats. Jamming their comms now.
Enemy contact!
I thought Momar hired pros as I'm managing to deliver headshots in between pallets. I think that counts. But yeah, I screwed this up big time.
Got the truck.
Good. Don't drive.
I'll cut him off!
That was a disaster. Okay, so I think I'm gonna want to clear everyone out that might damage it, so.
Heads down! Keep it together!
All right, 1C, 55, 7A. E9, 7A, 1, yeah. I'm kind of happy I'm back to getting the trio of successes now. I was feeling a bit bad about my hacking. Lieutenant Suzume Hata and Haruasi. How's it going there, Tiger? How's it hanging, Sea Dog? Alright, enough of that cutesy bullshit. So we can get the chem you need for glitter, but you can't deliver it efficiently? Exactly, nothing's changed there. Can't get it to you directly. Risk's too damn high. KK, so we break to the port, collect the container. You got it. Same container as last time. You break in on Wednesday, our guards know, they'll turn their heads. Got it. Thing is, you gotta watch for the Port Authority security. Authority my ass. Just a few drunk gongs making enough for the cheapest scop. Nothing the Tiger Claws can't handle. Yeah, I think that's already happened. Oh, save Daniels.
You little bitch!
Not quite how I planned on this going, but you know what? I'll take it.
Jacob too. What the hell are you gawking at? Why the fuck are you still here?
Here to help you out.
Me? Who gives a shit about me? The gear's there. They blocked the streets by now. Fuck, go!
Alright, so I mean, obviously, if I'm going to do more combat, I'm going to take the opportunity to take everything that's not bolted down. I will confess, the funny thing is, while this is obviously a violent world and my character is a criminal, I actually really don't like the idea of having high body counts as part of the mission. I much prefer being able to fulfill the objective with as few casualties as possible.
You seeing me now?
Drones, me. I got you in my sights.
What about Daniels?
He'll handle it. Watch the suits. Damaged for sure after all that. Sleep on the dogs too long. Get your ass over here.
I definitely was supposed to turn later. I'll get out of the car and fight if I have to. Anyway, this is a clown show. This is not the way this was supposed to go, but I want to see. It's a little bit like Phantom Brigade. Like this is one of these cases where the cost of failure is relatively minor. You know, somebody might yell at me, I might get a different story option, but this does reflect an inefficiency in terms of how I handled the mission. Oop. Whoa! No! Back up! Back up!
Hang on. Gotta go.
I think I'm actually going to reload that because I don't think there's a way for me to go back. Actually, I was planning on wrapping up after this mission, but I think I've got a little bit more time left in me. Would anybody mind if I took a small break just so I could like refill my water and my tea and stuff like that? I was going to try and see this through the bitter end, but seeing as I need to reset this anyway. Oh yeah, no, we've got plenty of time to do. Yeah, so sorry. I don't know if this is anybody's thing. I know it's been pretty quiet tonight, but yeah, I'm going to take a small break. And then we will... I'm not probably going to play that much longer, but I figured this can at least give us some time to stretch and whatnot. So see you in a little bit. All right, so Vesper's here. We're going to wrap up the stream now, everybody. Thanks for... Vesper, good to see you. Thank you very much for stopping by. You have like tripled the size of the channel since stopping by, so thank you for doing so. Hello, everybody from Vesper's channel. Looks like Seaver85 is in the chat, and then I'm sure a number of lurkers as well. I believe when I started, Vesper Fortune was doing some art tonight, which I didn't get a chance to see because I was too busy working on this science fiction game. But on top of the fact that Vesper Fortune is very, very nice whenever he shouts me out, I actually quite like hanging out and checking out his channel. He was actually kind of the first person I ever watched play Persona. These used to be my coworkers.
Grenade for you.
Same team, dude. Anyways, whether it was Soma, whether it's Cyberpunk, I always have a lot of fun hanging out with Vesper whenever he stops by or on his own channel. So I definitely recommend checking him out. And how have you been? You were drawing a frog. Oh, I love frogs. She currently has long COVID. So, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Actually, at work I just changed my like my.
The hell are you gawking at? Why the fuck are you still here?
Here to help you out.
Me? Who gives a shit about me? The gear's there. They blocked the streets by now. Fuck, go!
Incidentally, we are taking medicine for the sick kids. This is like a super moral message, super moral mission, Vesper. But yeah, no. So I changed all my Office, like Microsoft Teams, Office. So all of that is a desert rain frog. It's the one that has the squeaky. Angry squeak.
Right, see you left the port. Eyes on the road.
You seeing me now?
Roads, B. I got you in my sights.
What about Daniels?
You'll handle it. Watch the suits.
Do you have a favorite kind of frog, Vesper? All right, let's see if we can make the turn. All right, that's better than last time. Oh, good for you, Cured. Golden tree frog. I'm gonna have to look one up. Yeah, so I like the desert rain frog, but I will also confess there is a side of me that also really likes. It's also a desert rain frog, but it's a different kind. It's called Briviceps fuscus, and it looks like an angry avocado. Like basically, if you put the Doom soundtrack, if you put the Doom soundtrack on beside an avocado, you wind up with something that looks like Briviceps fuscus.
Holy shit, Your Majesty. Talk about a close one. There we are. Mickey, check the gear, dump the truck.
Yeah.
Daniels was acting like he didn't give a fuck whether he lived or died.
Here in San Domo, we all lost something to Arasaka. Daniel's more than his fair share. We hit him hard.
So, what's next, Captain?
I'd like to say we all live happily ever after, but we both know that's bullshit. You get to leave and forget while we got that sack of shit in our blood forever.
Being a little unfair there, Captain.
That's life in Santo Domingo. Anyway, relax. Tossing you a real prim whip. Got some bubbly next to it, too. Cheers to you.
Thanks, El Capitan. Take care.
Okay, if this doesn't count as even, actually it's 12:33 now, so it may be that it's going to make us wait for the next day. Still, this is a good car. This is the kind of music, if any of you have leather trench coats at home, now is the time to put them on. Oh, nice. Sorry, I didn't know that you made music. Man of many talents. Or it might be more, you might have said that you make music and I didn't remember. Oh, your personal choices. Sorry. Well, that's fine. Now we just need to teach you an instrument and you know, get you to a point where you're composing your own music, and that way I won't have been mistaken. So what are your personal choices for music, Vesper? This is an important question. All right, let's see if we can make this mission happen. Lady Gaga, Utado, Hikaru, Lana Del Rey, Marina, Eve, Millie. I've a lot. Some of those I even know. Okay, here's what we got to do. Let's take a look at what options I have. Oh. I think I'm happy with what I've got right now. Do I have a better pistol? No. Do I have a better assault rifle? The Copperhead. I think we said we were going to keep the Ajax. Okay, so I think I'm okay to sell most, if not all of this. So I think I'd probably keep the Buria if I had to keep one. I'm not even going to look at the greens at this point. It's basically blue or purple. I think I can get rid of the hammer because it's equivalent to the baseball bat at this point. Sham Paradise. Swallow a load of bliss. It's one of my famous classy streams. All right.
Ain't nothing without your help. Check out Ronald's Cream Stand.
You should see the banner for it, Vesper. It's exactly what it sounds like.
What you got in stock?
This food and drink Dogtown's got to offer, hon.
I don't want to buy. Although we can read a few more of the descriptions. So we've got 21st Stout, beer, simple. Bolshevik vodka with a kick of class revolution. Broseph Ale, an ale of a beer. Broseph Lager, fuck it, have a lager. Boomlant, pop a squat, take a shot. We've got O'Dickon whiskey, whiskey. Anything else is just frills. Papa Garson, hey-ho and a bottle of rum. Pingo Pulido, a touch of class. And then the exotic flora and fungi mystery bag. Invisibility is a state of mind. Just close your eyes and down the bag. All right, so the option here is to wait. I do not want to do this. Next time the sun starts going down, I'm definitely going to head to Dogtown, but I do not like the idea of Okay, now I really need to find the Sham Paradise. Okay, what am I going to do here? We've got a little more room for new pieces. Maybe I want to upgrade though. So we've got titanium bones. We should be able to get we've got better ones here. Our circulatory system, we've got the micro rotors. So I figure we'll do the upgrades first, and then we can think about where we're going with the rest. Visual cortex support. Better crit chance. I can live with that. Okay, so right now we've got subdermal armor. I probably have other options, though. So proxy shield, range guard. So I'm thinking if we have something that's intelligent. Yeah, so the Cogito lattice. 230% armor from the cyberware when available RAM is below 8 requires an installed cyberdeck plus 2 armor per intelligence. That seems like a very strong one for me to be working with. All right, so we're up to purples for everything. Now it's really just a question of upgrades. So let's start with the Cogito Lattice. Hey, no problem, Vesper. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for bringing your people over. I know I am a bit of a change of pace. I think your stuff's a little more fun to watch. So thank you everybody who's still hanging out from Vesper's stream. I hope you have a lovely lurk. I'll try and stay for as long as you're conscious. And if I don't get a chance to talk to you before, have a good sleep when you get to it too. Okay, I think that's as good as I'm gonna get. I mean, obviously I can try and equip some of this other stuff, but I probably am going to need to start thinking a little bit more carefully about what I'm equipping. I also think probably there's some time that's passed. Yeah.
Ain't nothing without your help. Check out Ronald's Cream Stands.
So this kind of works for me. What I'm thinking here is we can head on to... Oop. New contact added. Well. Gave it my best, but it still wasn't enough. KO'd in the 10th. Got a minute to talk? Dream Gig Bar. Sure, be right there. Okay, so this is a chance for us to steal a car. Might as well take the money. Okay, no timer yet. Which is just as well, because obviously I missed. Oh.
Client's got a strict deadline. He's on his way out and see.
Damn it, Momar. So I could probably deliver this thing as like just a complete mess. I'm gonna try and deliver it on time and in good shape, but 4 kilometers in, 5 minutes? Maybe. I thought we had like a minute. If we get chased down, there's probably a problem. Okay. We should be in better shape now. I'm assuming at this point... Oh.
Try not to ding the ride. Client's a picky one.
Thanks, Momar. It's nice that the challenges are getting added, but... I figure combat or no damage and a timer is the sort of thing where it's a pick one affair for me. I'm a little curious though, what counts as good condition. Like if I bang into something once, is that gonna ding me, or is it more like don't be missing a door? We almost found out. I made pretty good time. I might want to slow down a little bit just because we're going uphill, which means I don't get to see things. But I also don't want to I don't want to slow down too much because we're in the 1 minute mark, and I've definitely had a couple of points where or close to the 1 minute mark. I've definitely had a couple points. In fact, this one in particular, I think I have missed the time by like just a couple of seconds. I should be able to make it though, as long as there isn't like a rogue vehicle on the way up. Ooh, we almost hit something. Yeah, 90 seconds, we're fine. Ah! Okay, doesn't count as damage. Although something is happening to my my performance.
Oh yeah, I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches. Little token of my appreciation's waiting for you in the drop locker.
So yeah, I don't know. I generally like these. I think they're a nice little diversion. I'm just going to take a quick second here and see if this is maybe a stream thing, or sorry, a system thing, or see what's causing the drop in performance. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. This is a good car. Anyway, yeah, so I'm thinking there's definitely stuff that I can do in Dogtown. So there's at least one relic, and I think I saw a side job on the map as well. So I figure run with those. Now, the tougher question is what happens when I get to the sort of the end of things to do in Dogtown, because there's two possibilities I can see. Either one, it's getting close to evening, at which point I'm probably like, okay, you know what? I'm okay waiting on the Maniacs! What are you doing? At that point, I'm probably okay waiting a little while. Like, you know, an hour or two is going to be the time it takes me to drive around Night City anyway. But if it's like early afternoons, like right now in the game, it's 6 in the morning. So obviously, if I get everything that I want done in the next 2 hours, effectively we're taking up, you know, at least 12, probably more hours just waiting for a mission, and it never feels good to do that. Again, it's just one of these things where, as a role-playing game, and especially one with such a large area, right? Like all of this stuff, it's hard when I'm driving to you know, to really appreciate what this world looks like. But so many of these places are ones that you can explore, like maybe not inside every individual building. That might have been an ambition for the game at the start, but definitely that's not something you can do. But there is quite a bit that you can do in here, right? Like even if you can't go inside all of the very large buildings and every single room inside of them, it definitely feels like a very full place. I think you're kind of hard pressed to go through everything. So with that in mind, right, like treating, to me at least, one of the ways that I get more out of these games is to sort of treat them like, you know, treat them a little bit like I do being in a new place. So a good example I'd give of this, I mean, how much do I want to... It's early in the day. You can steal another vehicle.
Back in the game. Guess you liked it, huh? Got a vehicle to track down. Something interesting in the back, too.
But yeah, so like, just like some of the other games I was talking about, like if...
Mobilize, beautiful. Get behind the wheel and over to me.
My hands! The protection does nothing! Anyway, yeah, so like, you know, I can treat the missions as just this constant, like it's like every single mission is just another dot on a Pac-Man board, and my job is to sort of gobble them up with as few gaps in between, and that's a completely legitimate way of playing the game.
Shit, got someone on your ass.
I am noticing a little bit more lag, though.
Slow down.
Which is funny because everything is everything on my system is actually at like it has a little bit of room. I think the worst that I've got, my video card somewhere between 70 and 80. Processor's not breaking a sweat. Anyway, something for me to think about when I'm not streaming right now. Anyway, sorry, what was I gonna say? But yeah, so like, you know, I guess Elder Scrolls is a good example of this. So one of the things that I really like in terms of the Elder Scrolls was the fact that fast travel wasn't forced on me. And so because it wasn't forced on me, especially when I'm like doing the Dark Elf voice, man, they're... Maybe I can move now? There we go. But yeah, like, so, playing Oblivion, for instance, like, one of the things that was really nice about that was, especially with doing the Dark Elf voice, which is not exactly the easiest thing on the vocal cords, I could take the time to just have these nice little moments of rest in between missions, right? So if there was something interesting that happened, it would be a chance for us to talk about it. If it was, I mean, I've already made some progress. Yeah, it was a chance to talk. If nothing else, it was a chance for me to, okay, not quite what I wanted to do, but, there's a chance for me to, stop that. Give my vocal cords a rest. It really depended on what happened inside of it. Again, like, that's kind of unique to the way that I'm playing. But one of the things that I kind of like about those moments of rest, they're also like end credits in a, for a TV show or something like that. Like, ideally, it gives you a chance to just sort of take in, kind of take in everything that's happened and
check the drop point, your reward. Don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
I know, it just makes it something kind of special. The other thing that I liked about Elder Scrolls was that even if I was in a point where, let's say, okay, I've seen this 100 times before, maybe I'm not quite feeling like I want to, maybe I'm not feeling like I want to put the same effort in walking across the map like I used to. Well, that's fine, because maybe that's the time I consider fast travel options. And in fact, the best ones for something like Morrowind, for instance, they're the ones where you get to say, oh, okay, so there's actually fast travel hubs in the game. So if I want, I can... I don't think this is supposed to happen. I'll walk. But yeah, so you take the giant bug to travel between major travel hubs, or in Skyrim, right? You pay someone to to move the cart. Like, again, it's a small detail, but these are the sorts of things that I really value, because at that point it gives you the option of saying, it's like, okay, I've kind of seen what they want me to see. Let's see if we can not fall through the world. I can get on with the game. And even then, like, giving the player the option to do a fast travel is kind of nice. I always sort of like the idea. I mean, essentially what you do is you earn the fast travel through playing the game. But so in this case, it's sort of saying, all right, well, you've already seen this before, and we're not here to tell you, what you should spend your time on. Although, again, there is something for me about having that moment where you're not necessarily just pursuing the next objective. Like, just being able to kind of go around. Like, I don't know, like, I talk about how I walk all over the place. And honestly, like, I actually kind of like that. And in real life, you want to be careful, like, as with anything. Oop. I'm just going to assume he was a voodoo boy, and that's okay. you know, it's like any kind of leisure activity. So, you know, watching a TV show is fine. Spending, you know, 3 weeks only watching TV shows might be a little bit of a problem, right? There's other things you can do with the time. So likewise, you know, I do enjoy walking. If I can go for a walk, I'll usually take the option to do so. And I don't even need to feel, you know, I'm going to a walk, I'm going to go on a walk so I can think about this essay I'm writing or whatever. It's just, I'm going to go for a walk so I can enjoy it, maybe see something new in the city. And that is the, like, that's the reward on its own. But again, you're also kind of accountable for how you spend your time. So just like with the game, if you only have so much time for your leisure, maybe you don't want to spend it. Like if you're playing Grand Theft Auto, maybe you don't want to spend it, you know, stuck in traffic. All right, as tempting as it is to steal another car, I think I'm gonna go and get the relic, and then maybe we'll call it there because I'm at the 4-hour mark, and I do actually have some things to finish up. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, first of all, Night City is a really good-looking place. Dogtown is very interesting. And so it's neat that El Capitan has given, you know, added all of these time-limited carjackings, or whatever they count as. I think that's kind of neat. But I still haven't used the relic perks, by the way. So our options, we've got Jailbreak unlocks new abilities for armed cyberware. We've got Emergency Cloaking, improves optical camo cyberware, which we don't have yet. And Vulnerability Analysis during combat. You can now detect vulnerabilities in enemy armor. Bonuses to... Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly more inclined towards Emergency Cloaking. Mantis, Gorilla Arms. Let's go for it. We can do the vulnerabilities later. Oh, perfect. So again, feels like things are getting a little laggy again. Maybe what I can do is try... Maybe see if the map will do anything for me. So it should slow down for a little bit while it goes from map to level, and then when it does the transition, hopefully things get a little smoother. It's a little better. So I'm wondering where the cyberware comes in.
watch I live again. You're asking.
Got a bad feeling, V.
Come on, please. Last time, I swear.
Hey, looking for someone. Name's Aaron. Tune's the size of a cow-cast truck.
Wayne's, the boxer. Sure, he was here.
Was. He say where he was going?
Nah. 2 guys came in to see him a while back. That's all.
2 guys?
Tunes, clearly. Same vibe, just bigger than him.
Animals. Not good.
Seemed to be going for a smoke in the alley. I still catch him.
Fuck.
Come on, V, take heart. Guy tried to do the right thing for once in his life.
And you don't feel a thing?
Heard this song before, V. Know the lyrics by heart.
Huh. That was a quite a short one. All right. I'm gonna take a quick look and see if there's a difference in the cyberware offered. Didn't seem like that big of a drop at the time. Shame what happened to Aram, but the boy knew the risk. He wasn't handling it all too well, so his story probably would have ended that way. Thank you for trying, V. Does make me wonder if there's an alternative ending to that, but that is something I will find out in the future. Oh, I think I remember. I definitely remember this area for a mission. Seem to remember the guy wasn't particularly fond of me. We'll see what cyberware is on offer.
Well, well, our humble clinic has a visitor.
Got any spare implants for sale, or all of them spoken for?
Nothing's wasted here. We can find something, provided you don't try to haggle.
Looks like pretty good stuff, to be honest. But yeah, at some point, probably what I'm going to want to do, so like looking at something like this, Phoenix, given that there's attunement here, I probably should be thinking a little bit more carefully about what cyberware I equip. Like, just because it worked in the previous version of the game doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best option for me to work with now. Now, the amount of cyberware that I can take is limited, and I'm pretty close to it. I mean, effectively, we've got 11 more points. Legs would probably be the most sensible. So we've got the Leroy ligament system, bonus movement speed, melee damage, and weapon handling. I would have imagined, yeah, here we go. So this thing doesn't give us jumps, but reinforced tendons does. Pressing twice does a double jump. Holding a space is a big jump. Yeah, so something like the reinforced tendons is definitely one that I would consider. Actually, I think I'm just going to go for it. I have a little less money than what I would want to work with, but
Back on your feet after the Scavs visit?
What were we supposed to do? Curl up and cry?
When nothing is ever easy, the difficult must become easy.
Been wondering, what series of events leads a man like you to a place like this?
And since when do you know what type of man I am? Fate? Is that what you're insinuating, huh? I'm here because I choose to be.
Okay, so we got through a little bit of what I was looking to do. Let's just open things up, see what the map looks like. So we're at 10:49 in the morning. I think it's hard to say that we're going to clear out Dogtown before... I mean, there's there's interesting things, right? Like, so Autofixer Terminal. Actually, you know what? This is all probably... Yeah, this is almost certainly outside of Dogtown. It is kind of interesting that we can meet Mr. Hands. But I'm thinking here, as much as I want to try and make the most of the day, really, we've only got one more side job. At that point, maybe what I want to do is... I don't think the last beat on the brat, that feels like a little bit of an anticlimax, but maybe what we do is we try the Cyber Psycho sighting. We've got 2 of those in Pacifica. After which, I mean, that might be enough. But after that, I suppose maybe we just head over to Santo Domingo and we clear up some side jobs. I'm not sure. There's certainly no shortage of things for us to do. The only thing I want to do is, like, at this time, it would be nice if I could be a little more careful in terms of just how I spend my time in between missions, because we've sort of missed a chance to progress Phantom Liberty just because we took other opportunities. But I'm actually feeling a little tired now, and I do have quite a bit that I need to get through tonight, and then tomorrow is actually quite a full day for me. So I think now is a good time to wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I know this is a little bit of a quiet one, and I tend to notice that happens particularly when I'm doing Cyberpunk and I start late. So I'm going to try, 1, to start on time more, because that's just nice to do in general. But number 2, particularly with regards to the Cyberpunk ones, there's obviously a message that I'm getting from the audience at certain times. So I think in this case, I'm going to... You know what? I'm going to raid Revive Snow again. Revive Snow is doing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So for those of you looking for others, Kilgore Trout's doing Mass Effect, Wolshand is doing games and demos. And that's kind of it right now, but I'm going to leave it there. Have a good night, everybody. I will be back Monday. I guess Monday is it's kind of open for me, so I'll need to figure out what I want to do with the time. I'll make sure I do that over the weekend. Wednesday we're going to be back for more Phantom Brigade, and next Friday, unless something disastrous happens, we will be back and ready for more Cyberpunk. So hopefully these are interesting enough to you to come back. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. We will see you in the next one.